Testing? Yeah, I think it's working now.
Okay, we're ready to roll here. Apologies for being a few minutes late getting going. So we'll call this reconvened public hearing back to order. Welcome everyone to City Hall for the public hearing. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
This is a reconvened special council meeting for the purpose of holding a public hearing to consider zoning and development and sign bylaw amendments for 228 to 246 East Broadway and 180 Kingsway, with Mayor Robertson in the chair. Councillor Affleck. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Councillor Louis. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Reimer. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Council needs a motion to go into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Jang. All those in favour? Any opposed? And that carries. So before we begin, we have a couple of announcements. First of all, if we do not finish tonight, which it looks likely given we are on speaker number 56 out of 208. So we are not likely to finish tonight unless lots of people aren't here. But right now we have the evening of Tuesday, March 27th at 7 p.m. is the backup night. I'll mention that a few times tonight, but that's what the clerks have identified as the next opportunity for us to reconvene this public hearing if we don't, as I said, finish tonight, which is very likely. So I'll just clarify again on a related matter that Council is considering changes to the procedure bylaw at the end of March as well. We had a debate this week on changes to the procedure bylaw which would affect this public hearing. Those are coming back at the end of March, and if the changes are enacted, we anticipate there are some changes to the public hearing process, and they will apply to this public hearing if it's still ongoing when we enact the bylaw at the end of March. So I'll certainly take time to ensure all the participants who are still waiting to speak are brought up to date on any changes that take place. The key piece here that has been in debate with Council with our process on public hearings considering the rezoning of larger sites like this one, the new bylaw will require all speakers to limit their remarks to 5 minutes, which is how we do it in the historically. If you have more than to add, though, that we ask through this change that it needs to be put in written comments and forwarded to Council public hearing at vancouver.ca before the end of the speakers list for the items. So that is a change that is potentially in the works. All of this would come back at the end of March for a reconvened public hearing for the bylaw to be considered by Council all within the same week. So at this time, that's what is the update on that situation. We I just want to reinforce the basic guidelines. Speakers are asked to keep their comments pertinent to the merits of the application that is being considered, the zoning and bylaw changes here. We ask that speakers clearly state whether they're in support or opposed to the application. As always, speakers can submit written comments by emailing publichearing@vancouver.ca. And if you are using an interpreter this evening, we ask that both of you are at the podium together and ask the interpreter to interpret every few sentences through that process. So that is all for the basic information. I think we've had so far things have been quite respectful. There's been some big numbers of people turning out, which is fantastic. Great to have all of the engagement from community. We just ask that we keep it respectful. Whoever has the floor, we give that person their time and respect. So with that, we'll dive back into our item number 6, the rezoning for 228 to 246 East Broadway and 180 Kingsway. Madam Clerk, will you read the summary of additional correspondence received, please?
The following is a summary of additional correspondence received by Council since February 28th. 3 additional letters in support of the application, 19 additional letters in opposition of the application, including attachments, 1 letter which provided other comments. These numbers represent correspondence received by the City Clerk's office up to 4 p.m. today. Also, to clarify, a previously reported unaudited petition with 467 names in support. This document comprised of a comment form questionnaire from a staff-initiated workshop in April 2011 and was not a petition from the developer.
Okay, thank you for that. And we, before we dive back into the speakers list, I had given Council an opportunity to give questions to staff, clarifying questions to staff, and there may have been some that were emailed the other night when we wrapped this up on Tuesday night. So I'll ask staff to give answers and feedback to Council based on those questions. Ms. McNeil.
Thank you again for the questions that you gave us the other night. We've been thinking hard about that, and we're working towards feedback for you. And we're going to be able to kind of talk to you about half of the questions that you asked us the other evening. And in the interest of the lengthy speakers list that you do have, we will try to make that as short as possible. So it's in 3 parts. We can talk to you about the CACs and how the allocation was determined, in addition to the questions you had with respect to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and its implementation. As well as some questions around transportation and the significance of this site and the impact of the transportation changes within the area. So with respect to the CAC, as you know, the Council report indicates that it's allocated towards $4.5 million of a cultural facility and $1.75 million towards the Affordable Housing Fund. With respect to the cultural facility, there is an identified need within Mount Pleasant for cultural creative space, artist production space, and we know that Council has endorsed and requested staff to look for spaces, creative spaces within the area. So the notion is that $4.5 million could be going towards artist production space, and cultural services would report back to you when they can find an appropriate facility that meets that need in that specific area, and they will do that as a matter of protocol. With respect to the affordable housing, the project originally had STIR units, as you know, and then those were removed because we felt we could leverage that financing in a greater way somewhere else within the neighborhood. But as you've all heard, and we have too, affordable housing is a keen need and a desire for the community, and so ergo that is the reason why it's targeted specifically to the Affordable Housing Fund. Again, it would be used in conjunction with other funds as they became available for a facility within the neighborhood. And the Social Infrastructure Department would report back to you when they could find a viable site with the funding that was required in order to construct it, and they would come back to you for final approval as well. So with that, I'll give you to Peter Birch, who will talk to you about the plan.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Just a couple of remarks on some of the questions. It was raised a few times by some of the speakers over the last couple of nights about the scope of the consultation in the Mount Pleasant Plan. And just to give you a rough idea again, that we had about 2,100 participants in our programs, and that those were people that came out to 2 community plan fairs. We had 13 public workshops. We had 6 open houses, and we had 14 focus groups. The notification for our program involved 2 area-wide notifications where we sent material out to all the households, and that was at the beginning of the program and also just before the open houses that finished our program. We had flyers distributed by local schools. Those were before any of the workshops or our open houses. We had rack cards and posters put up by the BIA. We're on the BIA in the BIA newsletter. We had the city website. We put up banners across the neighborhood before workshops and open houses, advertising them. We had somewhere 500 plus people or groups that were on our email contact list. So, and beyond that, for a lot of the materials, we also translated those materials into Chinese, Vietnamese, and Tagalog. So we felt that we had done a pretty comprehensive job in trying to get out to people in Mount Pleasant. Somewhat related was I know a couple of speakers talked a little bit about the Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee. I just wanted to note to Council that in the Mount Pleasant Plan we have 4 projects were identified for implementation, all requiring ongoing community involvement and deliberation on moving forward on those projects. So we're attempting to form up a Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee. There's nothing formal as yet. We're in the process of drafting a terms of reference where we try to address some of the tricky issues around representativeness and seeking to collaborate on some of these decisions and timeliness of decision making. So we don't have a formal committee as yet. We're in the process of trying to work out how the group can work together and what we'll work on in a collaborative way. And that's going to be a task that we're taking on the next little bit. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, is that it's a number of speakers have talked about how the project adheres to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, and also briefly, even though I think our presentations at the beginning of the public hearing indicated what the fit was. Just to review just briefly, is that this site is one of the few large sites in Mount Pleasant, and as a large site, it has sort of a unique capability on delivering on some of the important goals that have been identified in our planning program. And among those would be things like public open space and public benefits, where those benefits can be contributed to artists, and a production space or daycare, affordable housing, or the other things that people thought were really important. Beyond this, it's also a location where that additional population can provide even more energy to that important commercial area in Mount Pleasant. And of course, it's also located near a transit hub and where there might be a future transit station. So in broad sweeping terms, that's how this project sort of fits with the plan. But I think also Jerry's got some other comments to make about that.
Jerry Dobrovolny, Director of Transportation. There were three questions that I wanted to address in terms of what the impact was on 10th Avenue, and in particular the fact that it's a bike route today, the impact on Watson Street, and then also from a transportation perspective, what's different or unique or special about this specific location. In terms of 10th Avenue, it is a bike route and certainly deserves our attention. It's currently a shortcutting route now. We see a large number of vehicles in the morning turning off of Kingsway down 10th Avenue, turning north on Main Street, and then making a left onto Broadway. So we're aware of that as a shortcutting route. It currently has about 200 vehicles a day, and it's a two-way street. So as a part of this project, one of the changes we're looking at for 10th Avenue is to make it a one-way street, which would reduce the number of vehicles roughly in half. And then even with the increase in traffic from this project, which is about 30 to 50 vehicles an hour, the addition of a left turn bay at Kingsway and Broadway will take the shortcutting traffic off of 10th Avenue, and we think that's a reduction of about 50 vehicles. So essentially, you're getting down to about half the traffic in the future versus what's on 10th Avenue today. Also, because it's a bike route and we have concerns about that, the project is funding improvements for that section of 10th Avenue, and we're looking at separation because there would be truck access into the project from 10th Avenue onto Watson. So we're looking at reducing the number of vehicles on 10th Avenue from what it is today, and also the project funding improvements to the bike section and likely separation for that section of the bike route. In terms of Watson Street, it is an increase in traffic on Watson Street. Currently it's around 50 vehicles per hour, and it's increasing up to about 134 vehicles per hour. So roughly it's going up to about half of what 10th Avenue is today. However, it is really the only access, the best access and the only access into the site. And as is our practice with large development sites around the city, we don't look at taking access off the arterial roads. Those are busy sidewalks, lots of pedestrians walking. We don't look at putting driveway access across those busy arterial sidewalks. So our first choice would be lane access off a lane. In this case, there isn't the lane access. Watson Street is the most appropriate location, and really the only location for that access. And even with the added traffic, we feel that at that 130 vehicles an hour, that's still a relatively low number, comparatively speaking. For example, the arterials there are between 2,500 and 4,500 vehicles an hour, so we would certainly look at Watson as opposed to one of those arterial streets. And finally, a question about what's different or unique about this location from a transit or a transportation perspective. Clearly, it's the abundance of transit at this location. There's an extremely large amount of transit capacity that's available there. 3 of our busiest north-south bus routes there. This is today. 3 of our busiest north-south bus routes there today. East-west, perhaps the busiest bus corridor in North America in terms of Broadway, with the 99 and the number 9. It's a transit-rich location where residents don't need a schedule because they simply walk out and there's a bus coming regularly. They just jump on the next bus for easy connection to SkyTrain. And in the future, we're looking at the Broadway Rapid Transit project and undoubtedly a transit station at that location. So, aside from the future of rapid transit at this specific location for a key station location, there's also very, very rich transit there today. Those are our comments.
Okay, that's helpful to have that update. A number of questions answered, and sounds like there's more in the works. And we will shift to our speakers list and pick up where we left off on Tuesday night, which is at speaker number 56. Sandra Spangler is first up, followed by Noel Nikas and Juliet O'Keefe. So 5 minutes, that's counting down on the screen in front of you. I can give you a heads up when you're approaching the 5-minute mark. You don't have to use up all that time. If you want to be more succinct, that's always welcome. And we have lots of speakers to get through, so there's generally lots of main points covered. So don't hesitate to say ditto or me too. If you want to cut to the chase, that is helpful too. So first up, Sandra Spangler, welcome.
Thank you for your time. My name is Sandra Spangler, and I'm opposed to this rezoning proposal. I understand density in this area needs to increase and that change can be difficult, so I have tried to maintain an open mind throughout this whole process. I live 1 block away from this building site. I use the eastbound Main and Broadway transport link every day to get to work, which sits in what would be the shadow of this building. For months now, I have tried to imagine a building of this scale while waiting for the bus. After much deliberation, I have decided that the proposed height is simply too much for this location. It would feel looming and overwhelming, not like Mount Pleasant at all. Part of why I live in the area is because it is free of buildings like this. I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant for over 3 years and love the neighborhood so much I have started shopping for a place to buy, but when I heard about this rezoning proposal, I stopped. It made me worry about what sort of future I was buying into. We need to increase density because people want to live here, but I feel changing the character of the neighborhood beyond a certain point defeats this purpose, destroying what makes this neighborhood special. One of my other concerns is that illustrations of the proposed building show small cafes and places people would want to spend quality time, but in my experience, only big chain stores can afford the rent in these types of buildings, so that reality is rarely as illustrated. The new condo building at 3333 Main showed the same types of images in its sales brochures, but now all it has is a Shoppers Drug Mart and a bank. I would like to know if anything can be done to combat this in the future, as part of Mount Pleasant's charm is the locally owned shops and restaurants. I would like to add that I appreciate all the work the developer has put into trying to solve a very difficult problem. Building in the heart of such an historic area is not an easy task. In summary, I agree that we need density. However, I do not agree that a tower of this scale is the right solution. I would rather see density increased over more area than in such a massive tower, even if this tower is part of a taller future skyline. I strongly agree with the developer that we should think of this as a 100-year decision. Let's make sure it's the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like you might have questions. Councillor Stevenson, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks very much for coming down. And you echo a kind of a view that a lot of people have, not only in Mount Pleasant, but other areas of the city when we're looking at these kind of developments, whether it's Dunbar or Shaughnessy. And that is that, at a certain point, it's going to change the nature of the community such that it's not recognizable. And I have to say that I think often that's for the better. And I just give an example of where I live, which is the West End, which used to be single-family dwellings with mostly very rich people up until the 1960s. It was all homes, beautiful homes. We've all seen the pictures, not just on the beach, but all the way back. And then in the 60s, they decided to bring about high-rises, and that's completely transformed the West End. I mean, the West End doesn't have any of those old homes, so the whole nature. But I would argue it's much more vibrant, exciting, wonderful place. I love it. I'm up on the 14th floor. I have a beautiful view. And most people, you can't get them to leave the West End. But I think people argued before the same thing. Oh, don't do this because, it's going to change the nature of the West End. But I'm very grateful that they pushed ahead. Is it possible that Mount Pleasant could be the same? I'm not suggesting at all that I've made my mind up, but I'm trying to balance these things as I look forward.
Well, I've thought a lot about that, and what I would like to see in Vancouver is choice, so that if I want that kind of lifestyle, I can go to the West End, I can go live in Yaletown, and I don't live there on purpose.
Right.
So I would like to be able to have neighborhoods that are more tall glass towers, if that's what I'm looking for. I like to have ones that are more of a kind of a smaller scale with more of a neighborhood feel, if possible. I mean, I know Vancouver's growing, and maybe there are limits to how much we can maintain that sort of lifestyle closer to downtown. I don't know if it is possible.
Yeah, I understand that, but the problem is that it seems to me so many neighborhoods are saying that. I mean, Dunbar is saying that, West Point Grey is saying that, Shaughnessy is saying that, all over. They almost look to the West End now and say, well, you've done it there, so just keep doing it,
Right.
But I think that all of our neighborhoods are going to have to change because the population that's coming, is going to double in, I forget the year now, very soon. Mm-hmm. So we have to put people somewhere.
No, I certainly agree with that. I'm also curious about the definition of an iconic building. That term's come up because it was in the plan document.
Right.
And I'm not sure. I mean, nowadays, can people afford to build iconic buildings? I mean, I was looking up iconic buildings in Vancouver, and there aren't that many. I mean, certainly the new library is one. That's very striking. It's beautiful, but it had a massive budget. So I don't know, is there any plan for the city to support the creation of iconic buildings if a single developer can't afford to build them?
Well, that's a very good question. It's one I'll take up with the staff when we get a chance to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks for your presentation. I also have been observing that so many of the speakers have talked about the height of the building not fitting with the character of the neighborhood. Is there some buildings or even a building within the Mount Pleasant neighborhood that you can point to say, it's fitting with that matters? It's that kind of scale or height or character that would make the positive difference for me?
Well, I actually live in a cluster of buildings very near there. There's the Sophia, there's the Stella, there's a number of condo buildings, and the Stella is the tallest one in the area. I'd have to go back and count the floors, but I think it's maybe 10 to 12, and that feels like it's pushing it. It's like that seems like the upper limit for me. And the building I'm in is 8 stories, and while tall, it's still, I don't know, you can see the top of it, and when you're up in it, you can sort of relate to the ground, and, it's not that sort of, I think there's a certain level past which you get very impersonal, where as a human being, you feel kind of dwarfed, and when you're inside the building, you don't really feel connected to either your neighbors or the environment.
And a different kind of building, but also a bit taller when it came in, is the community center down further, or north further.
Yes.
And is that the kind of character too, or is that something that feels right for Mount Pleasant?
I didn't live in the area before that was there, but I think it's a lovely building, actually. I think it's got a nice feel, an interesting shape, and I think that it fits in pretty well. But again, it's not of that human dwarfing height.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to speak.
Thanks very much.
And next up, Noel Nikas. Or Nikas. Welcome.
Mayor Robertson, City Council. I am in favor of this rezoning application. My name is Noel Nikas. I'm an award-winning designer, international award-winning designer and graduate from Emily Carr University Industrial Design Program. I love Vancouver, and I'm inspired by the electrifying atmosphere of the Mount Pleasant area, and I absolutely believe in the exhilarating RISE project. For the past 20 years, I have been a Vancouver resident and have observed the growth and development of the city with a keen interest in the Mount Pleasant area. Vibrant and eclectic in nature, Mount Pleasant area embodies the art and inspired diversity of our city. Over the years, it has gained momentum among the locals as well as tourists as a must-see destination area. In 20 years, the area has gone from desolate and unattractive to lively, vigorous, and dynamic, with room for improvement. Its transformation continues to steadily increase property values. Inevitably, Vancouver will continue to grow, as it is one of the world's most desired and popular cities. On a world scale, Vancouver's architecture is not up to par. Although Vancouver indeed has many striking buildings, more are needed. Both constant and international exposure and continued growth means a project such as RISE is imperative. RISE's unique aesthetic makes it destined to become a landmark building in Vancouver. This project will ensure that the Mount Pleasant area will become even more of an anchor in our city. Since Vancouver is a rather dark and gray city for 6 months of the year, this building's visually stunning aesthetic will assuredly brighten up the dreariest of winter days. Let us show the world that Vancouver has the ability and foresight to build functional yet visually stimulating art-inspired architecture. I am asking you to please allow the RISE project to proceed and help carry Vancouver into the future with its cutting-edge design. I feel I speak for the majority of us tonight when I say we believe in Vancouver, we believe in the Mount Pleasant area, and we believe in RISE. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Ball, do you have a question?
Yes, just a quick question. I think there's been about 7 years of public consultation on this particular project. Have you been able to attend any of the public consultation or any of the discussions in the neighborhood about the building at all?
No, I haven't. I actually just discovered this project a few months ago and became very excited and passionate about it.
Are you interested in the city's processes? Have you been able to follow any of the other buildings in the city at all? You mentioned obviously you're an architecture student, so I was wondering.
Industrial design.
Industrial design, yeah.
Yes.
And so is that a special interest of yours, and have you been able to access some of the opportunities that the city offers to participate?
No, I haven't. I'm extremely busy. I've gotten a lot more into architecture in the last few years. But, obviously I noticed Vancouver, when I travel to international cities, a lot of cities have this amazing, stunning architecture. And, Vancouver has the capability. There is some amazing buildings, but It has the capability to be better. And if you're going to spend the money to make something, why not spend a little bit money and make it visually appealing? You know, no more green glass buildings. I mean, we've got enough of those. And there needs to be a little bit more art-inspired, captivating buildings in Vancouver, definitely, when you look at, you know, around the world.
Always good to hear from an artist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr, you have a question?
Yes, you've got some laudatory words around this project. So I'm wondering what the features are of the proposed project that bring you to comment about it being inspiring and art-inspired and, you know, captivating. And can you explain those features to me? Like, what is it about this project?
It's extremely visually captivating. I'm very into photography too, and when I'm traveling to different cities, I mean, I'll see an amazing building, I'll stop, I photograph it, I want to find out about it, I'll, you know, come back home, research the building, who is the architect. It's intriguing. I mean, yeah, we get a lot of comments about our library, you know, the science center, all those kind of places, but there just needs to be more. I mean,
is it the facades? Is it the way they treated the walls? Is it the different scales? You know, varying scales.
The shape. I mean, yeah, the scale is high for the area, but we don't have a choice. Vancouver is going to grow, and you know, all these areas are rejecting growth. You know, Dunbar, the West End, Kerrisdale. If we want to grow, we need to put these buildings somewhere. And that is such a central area, close to downtown. It's the perfect area to facilitate something like this, I feel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak. That's all your questions. Next speaker, Juliette O'Keefe. And she's followed by 61 is Val Main, and then 64, Sarah Farina.
Okay.
Welcome.
Sorry if I cough a bit. I'm just getting over a cold. Like our previous speaker, I moved into Mount Pleasant just over 20 years ago, and I'd just like to say that at that point it was not desolate. It was a lively, vibrant, exciting community full of all sorts of people. There was nothing desolate about it then. And there's nothing desolate about it now, but I just wanted to say that because the idea that a community can only be rescued from desolation by being gentrified is a bit problematic to me. So, moving on. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to the rezoning proposal. I moved to Mount Pleasant in 1987 and to the Quebec Manor Housing Co-op close to Main and Broadway in 1990. My son attended Mount Pleasant Elementary. His first job was at J.J. Bean at Main and 14th. My housing co-op is currently planning a centenary celebration scheduled for this July for our building, which was originally constructed as the Mount Stephen Apartments, a party to which, Mr. Baylor and Council, you have actually been invited. We sent the emails out last week. We're hoping to hear back from you. Mount Pleasant is my home, and I care for it, for its past as well as its present, and of course its future, which is why I'm here tonight, why I signed the petition against the development, why I've spent time talking with Chris Folan from RISE, who may remember our conversation, have attended the open houses, written to the city, been present at the first 2 nights of this hearing, and so on. I'm not opposed to development. I'm opposed to this development. When you consider the number of projects that are being built in what I might fairly call my backyard, towers along 2nd and 1st Avenues, the new blocks of condos at 6th and 7th at Scotia, the 6-story development just starting construction on the 100 block of East 8th, which is just up the alley from where I live, the march of towers up Kingsway, it seems worthy of consideration that in the face of all this activity, it is the RISE proposal where the community of Mount Pleasant has finally said no. This isn't NIMBYism. It's drawing a line in the sand. It's the point where we ask, what is the vision for our community? Where do we see ourselves living and how in 10 or 20 years from now? Not to mention, what has happened to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which many of us thought would safeguard our neighborhood from exactly the type of massive development that RISE is planning. This is why the RISE proposal is a flashpoint, why there has been so much opposition, why we are here tonight, the third evening out of who knows how many more. I'm opposed to monoliths. I'm opposed to the massive bulk of this project and to how it will feel to walk on Broadway past its high, sheer face. I'm opposed to market-only units, which are clearly out of financial reach for the majority of Mount Pleasant residents. I'm opposed to the have-it-both-ways vagueness of the plan for Watson Street, which will somehow become a single-lane landscaped pedestrian walkway and a conduit for semi-trailers servicing commercial space at one and the same time. I'm opposed to the inward-looking, hermetic, enclosed nature of the design, its gated community feel, its private terrace for residents only. I support creatively designed density in Vancouver. Laneway houses, condo towers in appropriate areas such as the north and south shores of False Creek, converting older buildings to apartments. In particular, I'd obviously support founding new housing cooperatives. I've seen how secure, affordable housing changes lives. I've seen it in my own life. The effects of secure housing, the stabilizing effects for individuals and neighborhoods, may not be quite so easily quantified as a profit-loss spreadsheet. Nevertheless, they are real. This is what we talk about when we talk about affordable housing. It's not just a matter of whether can I, as an individual, afford this apartment. It's a matter of can the city afford to deal with neighborhoods that are unstable, where there are distressed populations, where people are homeless, where medical needs are higher because people are suffering from stress, and so on and so forth. Stable housing makes stable neighborhoods. Stable neighborhoods make economic benefits for the city. That's why we need a mixture of housing in Mount Pleasant, not just an influx of market units geared to the narrow demographic which can afford to buy them. Whether repurposed buildings, for as we know, the greenest building is the one which has already been built, or new build, we need housing where families of new Canadians can settle, where young people making minimum wage might be able to find a home, where the traditional character of Mount Pleasant will live on in its artist studios and performance spaces. The RISE proposal meets none of these needs, and I cannot support it as it stands. When I heard Annabelle Vaughan's presentation on Tuesday night, I was moved by the spirit of positive engagement she offered. I heard a vision for future cooperation between communities and developers and a vocabulary for moving forward past antagonism. Imagine, I thought, if during this process of planning and rezoning the community had been brought in at the beginning, instead of being faced with a situation where the developer has tried to sell it to us after the fact. What if we had, in a sense, collaborated on the plans for this important piece of ground? This hearing would be a very different event. Like many others, I've been cynical about the process of the rezoning hearing, which is perhaps a symptom of its flaws. I thought that this hearing would be merely going through emotions before a kind of rubber stamp approval. I very much hope that isn't the case. I began after last night to think perhaps it won't be, so I wanted to offer my 5 minutes in the spirit of Annabelle's ideas, and I know I'm running out of time, but I just wanted to make one final point. We still seem to be in the middle of a battle of hearts and minds for Mount Pleasant. When I arrived home yesterday, I found this postcard in my mailbox, and if Council would indulge me, I'd just like to point out some of its inaccuracies. A claim that the development conforms to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, as you have heard at exhaustive length the last couple of evenings, including from people who actually worked on the plan. This is a contested point at best. The reference to 19 stories, actually 23, we've been over that multiple times. 241 homes, all market condos, unaffordable, small and medium-sized retail spaces. The entire second floor is planned to be big box. I know, I'll wind up. You get my drift.
I'm going to move you over to questions. You have a couple councillors with questions for you.
Okay, I'll just say, RISE stated they wanted to construct a landmark building. It's up to Council to decide whether it will be a landmark, which means profit over community, or whether it will be a true landmark we can point to in years to come and say this building represents the best of urban planning in Vancouver. The RISE proposal is not yet that. I ask the Council tonight, sure, and will be. Thank you, and I thank you very much for your indulgence in going over time. I didn't time this. I should have.
Thank you. It's more the 150-odd people waiting that you are indulging.
I completely understand. I really, the first draft of this, I timed it so that it would be 5 minutes, and then after Annabelle's presentation last night, I was so excited by it that I ended up adding stuff and
Councillor Meggs.
The result.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief too. So one of your neighbors from Quebec Manor was here last night,
yes, Stuart,
or whatever night it was. And this community plan keeps coming up, and you've referenced it again with the card. So you support the community plan, I take it, and feel that the RISE project is inconsistent with it. Is that fair? Just yes or no, because
yes.
I've got a follow-up. Okay, so It does talk about a high-rise project at this site, and I wonder what your perspective is on what high-rise looks like in that sense.
I know we've been over and over the definition of high-rise. I am quite comfortable with, again, the Lee building keeps coming up as an iconic building. I think that you'll find that that is a building that really represents Mount Pleasant to most people. I understand that we need to go higher. I actually don't have a problem with the height of the community center. I don't even have a problem with the height of the Sophia. I know that the towers will go up Kingsway. That's not necessarily something I have as much trouble with. The 19 stories, 23 stories, and the way that the building is planned to be massed, its design, its sort of hulking, inward-looking design, is what I have an issue with.
So the affordability aspect has been controversial too, and I just wonder if you feel we should oppose development unless it's affordable, or whether we should subsidize development to make it affordable, or what the solution you see on that front.
I'm not sure that we're looking at an absolute binary here. I think that what we should be looking for is a mixture of types of housing. I do believe that there is a place for subsidized housing in certain neighborhoods, and I think that the city could look at that as not just an expenditure from which nothing comes back, but an investment in the stability and security of communities.
Well, I think we're at one on the importance of subsidized housing. The question is where the money comes from for it. And as you know, in a co-op, the programs aren't there that support co-op housing before.
Other cities do it. Other countries do it. There is money to be made. The Rise development, no, there's going to be a lot of money made on that site. There have been other developments in Vancouver, such as the Edge, where a certain amount of studios or spaces were put aside for artists and so on. There are different models of creating affordable housing or creating housing that is available to people outside of that economic strata that can afford to buy a $400,000 one-bedroom condo.
Let's hope we can find it.
Where does the money come from? I pay my taxes. I'm thrilled to be.
I didn't mean to. I was just saying. I hope that we can find those solutions.
Yes, I think we agree. And again, I do want to get away. I felt very antagonistic. I even think I probably yelled at Chris Boland at some point. I apologize. And I realized that we do need. Rise has what it does well. I learned this from Annabelle, and that really made a huge impression on me. They have what they do well. Our community does what it does well, which is articulating its needs. And together, we could come together and create something that would be wonderful, create a wonderful space that engaged with the community, that was permeable to the community, that involved public benefits and real genuine public space, and housed people, and made money, and allowed people to move into the neighborhood and kept that dynamic mix that I love so much about Mount Pleasant and why I have chosen to live there for the last 25 years.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. You used a word that nobody so far has used. Very brave, I thought, and that was NIMBYism. And it's a word that, of course, is on the minds of lots of people, but nobody has actually articulated it. Just a moment, please.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible at interrupting.
Just let me ask the question. Thanks. But you said, no, this is not NIMBYism. This is drawing a line in the sand. And I've been puzzled over what that means. What's the difference between drawing a line in the sand and NIMBYism on any particular project in any place in this city, let alone this one?
When I look out my window, as I did this morning, I'm very lucky, I'm fortunate in that I have a view over towards Science World and the West End and so on. I could count 4 or 5 large cranes that are building condo developments that are going up all around the south shore of False Creek, creating housing. Nobody in Mount Pleasant, as far as I'm aware, has complained about those. There's the condo development, the Scotia, that just went in over on that other side of Main Street. It blocks the eastern sunlight from my window now, but I'm not complaining about it. It's okay. There's the one that just went up beside the western front. I haven't heard anybody really complaining about those, not the way that the Rise development has created such a flashpoint. I think that the community is actually very tolerant to this increase in density in many ways. I think that you'd find that the community would welcome things like laneway houses and distributing density out throughout the community. The Rise proposal has become a flashpoint because of its particular situation. It really is the heart of Mount Pleasant. It's not just a metaphor. That's where people really get the sense that it's the center of the community. And I think even if Rise came in with a proposal that looks something like the Stella, or perhaps, with a plaza or something. I mean, I'm not a designer, so I won't go there. But
begging your pardon, you're not really answering my question.
Okay,
What's the difference between NIMBYs
it's too damn big, and it's
and
in the
drawing a
wrong
line
spot.
in the sand? Why is that not NIMBYs?
Okay, the line in the sand is a metaphor for it all of a sudden arousing people's interest, arousing people's attention, and people saying, we need to talk right now about what is going on. We've seen development coming in. We understand it. We don't really have that many problems with it in many ways, but we want to enter the conversation at this point. This is where we want to start talking about what is going on in Mount Pleasant. This is where we want to look at what the developers plan. We want to look at what we've planned. We've engaged with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. It's been accepted by City Council. We need to talk about what the Mount Pleasant Community Plan means in this context. We need to talk about what it means going forward. We've got the community plan.
Well,
now
I
we have
think
this
I've
proposal.
used up all my time here. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I've run out of
I've been
time.
waiting for a long time.
That's
to
okay.
talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
to
for
Council
coming to
and
speak.
Mayor, and thank you for giving me the extra time. I really appreciate it, and for all your work on this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Val Main, who's number 61. We've got a couple of withdrawn speakers, so 64, Sarah Farina, 67, Linda Suffedy, 68, Ian Weniger. Welcome.
Speaker in public.
You could pull the
no, don't tell me to take my time. I'm not supposed to.
if you could pull the microphone over with the red light on it. That's okay.
Thank you. Yes, 5 minutes. Anyway, my name's Val. I own my house at 12th in Quebec, a few blocks away from the site in question, and I work for a nonprofit health and housing agency about a half a block away from the site that we're talking about. My commute is basically down Quebec to Broadway, make a stop at Tim Hortons for the steep tea, and then up Watson to work, and that's what I do every day. While I don't oppose development in general, I do oppose this application. I appreciate the few minutes that you're going to give me time to have a say, and I hope that you guys will listen to everybody's opinions, because there's been some really great ones, and I've been very impressed with what I've heard so far. The thoughts that I like to contribute just relate to density and heritage. I feel that the existing zoning allows for development significant enough to satisfy the developer while keeping the neighborhood feel and uniqueness intact. Like I said, I've never been to a meeting like this before, but I've noticed a few things in the past few years. That's why I've ended up here. I was working in Mount Pleasant, but not living there yet when the open houses started for the community plan. It really impressed me. There's a few things that very much impressed me. Obviously, the commitment to the heritage, that was a big one for me. Supporting objectives like laneway houses in order to create density while keeping the feel intact. The vision for Watson Street was impressive. What I read about lanes and greenways in general. I've always enjoyed the feel and the buildings around Mount Pleasant. You can't really find this anywhere else in Vancouver. It's not, nowhere in Vancouver is this left anymore. So after a lot of thinking and looking around, I bought, and I was really surprised to find out when I bought that I can't have a laneway house on my lot. In fact, according to your website, the City of Vancouver website, when I Google information for laneway home zoning, and I look at the colored map, there is no place in Mount Pleasant that you can have a laneway house. I know they do exist because I walk through the neighborhood quite a bit, but I don't know how people put them there. But laneway houses are RS1 and 5 zoning, I think, and I'm in RN4, and there's a lot of RT zoning around there, so I'm not really too sure how it would be so easy to put a laneway house, but it is mentioned in the community plan. It makes more sense to densify that way in Mount Pleasant just because it suits the neighborhood a lot better. And I've heard a lot of comments in all 3 nights I've been here, well, this is kind of the beginning of the third, but about the transit. And I don't know if anybody here's ever tried to take that 99B line, but it's really difficult to take that during rush hour. It's packed. And you try to take it down by Commercial Street or Commercial Drive, and you're waiting for 3 different buses to go before you can get on one. My son goes to UBC, and he ends up going to school at 7 o'clock in the morning just to be able to get on a bus before they're so packed that you can't get on them. So densifying the whole area by laneway houses and whatnot would
spread the need for transit out. People be able to use other bus lines as well. It's a great transit hub for sure, but it's way overpacked. I was driving home from Burnaby along Lougheed Highway yesterday, and I noticed that most of the high-rise developments, well, I lived in Burnaby before, they didn't exist before the SkyTrain stations exist. So I'm not sure why we're trying to put something into an area before we even have the SkyTrain, because we don't even know if we will, because it's TransLink that's involved here, and we're in competition with the Evergreen line, which I think might have already started. But anyway, along the SkyTrain line in Burnaby, there's these great sort of high-rise villages that have ended up defining the neighborhood that they're in. They were built in areas that weren't really a significant residential area. They're sort of nondescript, I guess is the best way to put it. And they look great. They look fantastic, and they're in the right place. But then as soon as you come into Vancouver, when you hit Boundary, it stops. There's all these places out between Boundary and, say, Commercial Drive, where the SkyTrain line comes in from the east, and there's nothing there. It's just a lot of wasted space, I think. Just my opinion. I mentioned the West End several times. It's come up quite a few times. And yes, density has worked great there. I've been here all my life. I was born here in 1965. So I didn't actually see those buildings get built because they were already there when I was born. But it occurs to me just common sense-wise that when those high-rises went in, the neighborhoods there weren't historic. That would be like saying we should save all the Vancouver specials of 1970 and 1980 right now because they're going to be historic in 2080. You know what I mean? Like the buildings that came down then were only 40, 50 years old. They're not 100 to 110 years old like the ones in Mount Pleasant now. So it was a bit of a different neighborhood when it was gentrified in the West.
So you are over your 5 minutes now.
Already?
Yep.
Oh, darn it.
If you could just wrap up in a sentence, that'd be great.
Sure. I don't see that when you use the words iconic and landmark, an icon is something that is a representation of what it stands for by virtue of resemblance, its resemblance to it. Making a giant high-rise in a historic neighborhood isn't an icon, it's an aberration.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Jang.
I am over here. Didn't faint. That's good.
Oh, I'm going to faint when I get out the door. Oh, wait.
Well, let security know. They'll be ready to catch you up.
Yeah, thank you.
Something that's come up as someone who lives in the neighborhood and clearly is very aware of what's going on. I don't live that far off Kingsway myself, and I've seen some changes go up. I'm just in Renfrew Collingwood, just down the street, I guess. And it's changing and growing. And one thing that keeps coming up that's about Mount Pleasant that's interesting, and people have brought photographs and all this here, is we want the old horse and buggy look again, and we want all this kind of, they harken back to some old time. It's very quaint and nice. But yet when I look at the pictures of that street corner in 1910, and what was there, that Chinese restaurant I used to eat at all the time, and it was okay, but it was okay. Anyways, they had this ice machine that always rattled, and maybe some people had a charm. I found it annoying. Anyways, but what was there in 1910, what was there in 1960, what was there a few years ago before things burned down are very different. So I'm still trying to understand what the character of the neighborhood is. And I understand, okay, some big box stores will, some people don't like big box stores. Some people in my neighborhood love them. I mean, that's why they're all down by my house, Walmart all the way down, JR Furniture. People go crazy for those things. But could you describe for me what it is? Because the evidence I've seen so far about the character of Mount Pleasant, it's changed quite dramatically over the years, even with the addition of the Lee building or what have you. It's not been... There's no single look to it over the last 100 years. So could you maybe enlighten me as to what you think it is?
Well, to me, the history is there. I mean, it's obviously no house is going to stand for 200 years. Some of them are going to fall apart. There's whole blocks of houses that private people have, citizens have come in and redone the houses. Now they're heritage houses, designated heritage. They're beautiful. There's such a great... you don't have to go more than a couple of blocks if you're walking around Mount Pleasant to find a historic building.
and that sort of defines the feel of the neighborhood. In downtown, you've got Mole Hill left. Cedar Cottage has a few older buildings, but a lot of those older buildings from the original center of Vancouver are gone. So, I mean, look, Brewery Creek was there. It was an Indian trail. It was the historic beginning of Vancouver. A lot of the rest of Vancouver simply hasn't been around long enough to be able to call it historic, like it's 100 years old. I mean, yeah, the Lee building is more dense and sort of commercial. But, one thing, when I'm standing in my house was built in 1908. So the person that lived in my house in 1908 when the Lee building was built could still see over the top and over to the mountains. And, I can still do that today, and that's going to be changed.
I wonder what the person in 1908 said when the Lee building was on. I wonder if he was standing over there. That's abomination.
I tried to research that. I couldn't find anything. They probably said something about it, but at least they could see over it.
Okay.
So that's a bit different. The history, you can't find history like this in Vancouver in large chunks. There might be a house here and there. You drive along in East Van by the Peony, you'll see something built in 1915 or something in 1920, but in Mount Pleasant, there's so many. You don't have to walk more than a block, like I said, to see history, our history, the history of Vancouver. It's right there.
Well, thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Thanks for coming to speak. And next is Sarah Farina, who's board member with Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House. She'll be followed by 67 Linda Safety, 68 Ian Weniger, 69 Ryan Klausner. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Farina. I'm a resident in Mount Pleasant, and I'm a community board member with the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House. I also represent the Neighborhood House on the Association of Neighborhood Houses of BC Board of Directors. I'm also here tonight with Jocelyn Hamill, Executive Director of the Neighborhood House. The Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House has been in the area for over 35 years, providing a lot of different services to the community. They range from childcare to youth programs, community development, immigrant settlement services, and senior services. And on behalf of the community board tonight, I'd specifically like to address one aspect of the rezoning process, and that's the community amenity contribution, or the CAC. With a recent rezoning application by Rise Alliance to construct a mixed-use tower in the heart of Mount Pleasant, we'd first like to commend the city on ensuring that the impacts of the development are mitigated through a community amenity contribution. However, we're very concerned that the city staff have recommended that the CAC contribution be converted to cash rather than be designated to a tangible community benefit, which would respond to the many needs articulated in the community plan. Our concern is that the full amount of the CAC cash contribution may not actually be applied to the Mount Pleasant neighborhood due to potential loopholes, or may be diverted due to City of Vancouver's constrained budgets or shifting priorities. And I've heard a couple of councillors mention, and also staff, that this is intended to be spent in the neighborhood, so that's great to hear. And what we'd like to do is to ask the city to honour the intent of the contribution and to state directly in the bylaw that this cash contribution, as it is, will be designated for the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. Right now it says local serving entities, but we'd really like to see, if possible, that it specifically says for Mount Pleasant. So we'd also like to see a distinction of the type of funds. So in the documents I'd seen, there was a community fund and affordable housing fund, and I heard earlier that actually one of them might actually be a cultural facility fund. So if that could be very clearly stated, that would be very appreciated, because it's important for the community to understand how the community amenities will be addressed through this rezoning process. The second thing is we'd like to ensure transparency. So we'd like to ensure that there's a community process that's set up, and with that would be timelines, because we know that sometimes these processes can take a very long time. So we'd like to see a commitment in terms of time for setting up a community process to be part of making decisions about how that funding would be allocated. The third thing in terms of accountability is to ensure that the community and amenity contribution decisions and any kind of funding that would be allocated would be available to the public in real time. So we'd want to have that information available to the public. We understand that these are times of fiscal restraint, but we think it's really important to build the accountability measures and transparency into the process of allocating funds. There are a lot of vibrant organizations in the community serving community, cultural, arts, community gardens, all sorts of things like that. So some of the examples, for example, at the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House would be increasing child care spaces, also expanding programming space, things like that. Ideally, we'd also like to see the establishment of low-income housing in the neighborhood for seniors and low-income families. There's currently a development at Fraser and Broadway that will address housing issues for marginalized youth and adults with mental health or addiction issues, but there's also a growing gap in affordable housing, for low-income and senior families and seniors. It would also be great to see the establishment of free programming and office space for a number of the nonprofits in the community. Some examples would be Big Sisters or La Boussole Francophone Community Centre. So again, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd like to ask that the Council consider putting this very specific language into the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Councillor Jang, did you have a question, or was that follow-up? You have a question.
Thank you very much. That was very clear and concise. So first thing, can I get a copy? Can we all get a copy of that? So it's
Sure.
so clear and concise what you absolutely need. I think that was great. The other thing that it's not that you didn't really touch on, and something our staff had raised, and something just to make sure that it's something you're considering as well as we bring it up, is that quite often, some of the question came out: how much housing can 1.75 million buy, or how much this can this buy? One thing I know for sure, being around here now for a term and a little bit, is that we tend to leverage a lot of money. So when we have money in our hand saying, look, that we can go to another level of government, for example, and say, look, here we've got 1.75 million for something to do in Mount Pleasant. Will you match that or do better? And typically that's how is that okay?
Absolutely. I definitely think it would have to be that way, because that's not enough money. But I think the leveraging aspect of it is great, and the commitment really to the community would be the essential part of that as well.
I just want to make sure, because sometimes when you say, well, I'm holding the money back because I want to leverage something, oh, you're just going to do something, blah, blah, because I understand, when you got money here, you don't want it to go in that pocket.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure what you'd buy for that much. So, yes, definitely.
Okay, yeah, because and I think the thing, even with some of the arts dollars and stuff, as we learned in our budget discussions over the last week, I was quite amazed it was that much. Like for every dollar we put up, we get 12 extra in leveraging, and I just want to make sure that's okay too. So, but because some of the expectation I think is that we just hurry up and spend it somewhere, like designate it to this spot, that spot. But sometimes it takes a bit longer because we want to be able to get the most bang for our buck.
It absolutely does, and that's partly why we want to see the community process as well, just to make sure that the discussion is had and that you don't end up with something that people aren't happy with. But I definitely think that's a big part of how it would be done.
Right on. Okay, thank you. So please send us your notes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carr, question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you again for a nice, clear presentation. One thing I'm not clear about is, would you have preferred to actually have the community amenity contribution actually be included in the project proposal as opposed to cash? I know you gave us descriptions about how you'd like to see the accountability on that cash dealt with, but would you have preferred it to be those community amenities to be part of the project itself?
Yeah, well, I definitely think that rental housing would be appropriate, because that's something that's really important in the neighborhood. Speaking of affordable, of course, I know there are lots of definitions of that, but I think that's important to consider. And I think that, the community space would be great, and I think that programming space in general is something that's really important. I think our point isn't that you have to put the space in that building, but that you have to make a commitment to supporting those particular amenities and services within this community.
Okay, so it's fine that it's not part of the project anymore, the proposal, but within the community, that's the guarantee you're looking for?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One more, Councillor Deal.
Just a brief follow-up on that issue, which is one of high importance to many of us, myself included. I wasn't sure if you caught the comments earlier, whatever night it was, that we anticipate being able to potentially get significantly more space off-site than on-site for cultural use?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Okay.
And that's, I don't think we necessarily are arguing about where exactly the space goes, but our purpose is really to make sure that
Ensure
that
that
money
it's
stays
there.
in the community.
Yeah. Well, there will be process that the public is engaged in on that, and it will come back to us. So there's plenty of opportunity to hold us to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all your questions. Thank you. And thanks for all the good work at the Neighborhood House. So next up is Linda Suffety, 67. Hope I've got your name right. Followed by Ian Weniger.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Basically, I'm a nearby resident, and I support this project. I think it's exactly the right type of development we need in that underutilized area, and I support it. So.
Okay, that's clear. We have questions, though. Looks like you're not going to get off that easy. Councillor Ball?
Just a quick question. You said you're a resident in the neighborhood.
Nearby resident.
Over the last 7 years, have you had an opportunity to find anything about it, look at it, think about it?
Well, I've actually moved back to Vancouver this year, or within the last year. So I've only been a resident for the past, since May. But I have spent a lot of time in Maine, in Mount Pleasant, and I have had a chance to examine the proposal quite thoroughly and feel it's very appropriate.
What appeals to you about it?
Well, I like the fact that it is something that will bring a lot of people to that area, being a very important intersection. Having the density is very important, but I think just that traffic will bring a lot of people to all the small independent stores and restaurants. You know, they need that traffic to survive, and perhaps it will encourage that type of growth as well. Mm-hmm.
And Councillor Stevenson has a question for you.
You've heard other people speaking and saying things like, well, this is the heart of the community, and it's going to ruin the community, and it's going to ruin the character of the community, and it's an aberration in that. How do you react to that? Do you just think that they're not seeing a bigger picture, or what's your take?
Well, I see it as the building is on this major thoroughfare, which really doesn't have much charm to it. So having an attractive, smart structure there, I think, would be much more powerful than just, a small, nondescript development, which is what we have there right now.
Yeah.
It punctuates the neighborhood. It welcomes you to it.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Carr, question?
Thank you. How close do you live to the site?
I live on First Avenue at Columbia.
Okay, so pretty close. So you're in that area.
Yeah.
And again, along the lines of my fellow councillors, what is it about? It's the scale, and is the design that important to you compared to the scale, or is it both? How do you weigh scale and just a sort of and design, i.e. scale being it's going to bring more people here, design how it looks, right?
Well, design is paramount, of course, because you don't want an attractive building that nobody feels good in. But I think this one would be attractive. I'm agreeing with the earlier speaker who is the industrial designer. I think her points are very, very valid. And it's very sculptural. I don't find it very bland like some development can be.
Okay, thanks for coming to speak. Next up is Ian Weniger, number 68. He's followed by Ryan Klausner, and then 71, Peter Stillen, 72, Roseanne Wozni. Welcome.
Hi there. Which do I speak into?
Red light.
The red light. Okay, great. Cheers. It's kind of short, but I'll do my best.
You can raise the podium if there's a little switch on the side there.
Oh, neat. Okay, give us a second here. Oh, that's as far as it goes. Where's the timer to speak?
It's just on the screen in front of you here.
Okay.
I'll turn it on in a sec.
Okay, thank you. Right. How many minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay, great. So, cheers. So my name is Ian Weniger, and I've lived in Mount Pleasant for most of the last 20 years. And for the last 11 years, my family and I have lived near East 6th Avenue and St. George Street near the elementary school. My wife, Shelley Saltzman, and I spoke to City Council on the new social warehousing development at Broadway and Fraser last year, and as we opposed that development, we also opposed Rise at Kingsway and Broadway. In preparing for speaking last year, I helped my wife research development of neighborhoods, looking at a variety of books and journals on the subject across North America. And her research led to the conclusion that overall, buildings tend not to benefit from neighborhoods tend not to benefit from large towers. Best quality of life appears to involve buildings in the 6-story range. Density in this neighborhood is coming too fast. The amenities in the area cannot possibly absorb thoughtless and hastily increased density. The school near our house, for example, will not be able to absorb the number of children that could be living in the new development. Already erected new developments of the past year or two are teeming with small kids. I've recently listened to the developers of Rise claiming that this development would be good for Mount Pleasant, but I wondered if they all live here. If so, then he really doesn't have a claim against those that disagree, like the mass meeting where 400 people essentially did not want Rise in the neighborhood. It is our neighborhood. We know what's good for us, and when this person claims to know what is good for the city, that the city needs housing, I had to chuckle. The city needs affordable housing so that low and middle income people can live here, not more $600,000 condos that only upper income earners can afford. I suspect that the developers know only what's good for them, and I'm so sad to see how this council so often caters to developers at the expense of neighborhoods like ours. As I go by Beatty Street, I notice the new stadium, how it sticks out just a few meters from one of the condos. It's a horrible sight line, and I wondered where the city planners, where are they for that? There appears to be so little planning, with ugly buildings incongruous with those beside, single towers jutting out of a sea of low-rises. I just don't see any feasible vision here. I'm frustrated by the community plan as a process where residents' specific concerns, all of which have been thoroughly described by other speakers here so well, are contorted into broad statements that developers can use to create projects that clearly don't match what the neighborhood wanted. And yet, city staff persist in endorsing these projects. I feel like our wishes and interests are being perverted for profit. So RAMP, the Residents Association of Mount Pleasant, needs to be prepared to continue opposing Rise, because it looks like City Council would rather accept recommendations of city staff over the objections of the people who have to live with it. You, Mayor and councillors, have been freshly elected, and this development will not be on the minds of your supporters in 3 years. So it will be up to RAMP and my neighbours to stop it by any means necessary. Mount Pleasant is a neighbourhood with single-family homes and low-rises. The services around us exist to support that kind of neighbourhood. I'm pretty sure that we want to welcome more people. Just let us welcome them properly. Just packing them in and hoping for the best is a recipe for disaster. That's all I had to say.
Councillor Carr, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask a question of you that I did of a previous speaker. Welcoming people, more people properly, begs the question of how do you define properly? And again, can you point to, you described the area, single-family homes, low-rises. There are some intermediate or a bit higher buildings.
Sure.
I mean, what is property to you? And is it height that is the issue? And is there anything you can point to around that sort of is proper within Mount Pleasant now, or even other areas? Or is it scale? Just try to help me.
Well, scale is what we're looking for here, Councillor. I mean, you're someone who should be very well acquainted with the idea of sustainable development. And in our neighborhood, there needs to be social services, not just more shopping, to sustain more people coming. It's important that people get fed and can clothe themselves, but can they all go to Mount St. Joe's? That's a tiny little hospital that doesn't seem to be getting any bigger. Can they all go to Mount Pleasant School and to Nightingale? I'm not sure about that. And it's a heck of a long ride over to Tech, and we're not getting any new schools built. Unless they cut all of us, if you've read the latest news about education in this province. The things, we have a new community center, but it's a right-sized community center for what we have. So you're asking, do more people fit? Well, they would if we had the services to help.
So the community center, number 1 Kingsway, is the right size?
It's the right size for what we've got now, but if we're going to bring more people in, then where are we going to put them? I mean, are we going to knock out all the housing that was built above the community center to do that? Maybe that's a good idea, but I don't hear that coming.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thanks. That's your questions.
All right. Sure.
Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Ryan Klausner.
That's all right. I was going to start by saying this was too tall, but talking about the podium. Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Ryan Klausner. Those of you that were on council in the last term, I was here and proposed a motion to City Council to build a public green space at a city-owned lot at Main and 22nd. That motion was passed unanimously. Unfortunately, due to a lack of city funds, work hasn't begun on that project, but it was definitely a step in the right direction. I am also the publisher and creative director of Mainly Maine magazine, a free community-oriented print magazine. It's an independent project funded entirely by East Vancouver artists and residents and paid for strictly with advertising. In 2007, I served on the board of directors for the Mount Pleasant Business Improvement Association. And between 2005 to 2008, I actually operated a retail business at 228 East Broadway. Initially, when I found out about this project, I was completely against the rezoning. A mammoth tower, I was told, is coming to Mount Pleasant. This didn't make me feel very good. I then became involved and was active with the community consultation process, attended various open houses, and gathered as much information as I possibly could. It turns out this is exactly what our neighborhood needs, and Broadway and Kingsway is the right spot to do it. As a resident of the community, living only 2 blocks from Kingsway and Broadway, and that might even be a stretch, I might be a block and a half depending on where you're measuring from, I've also had the opportunity to chat with several of my neighbors and small business owners about the project. It's evident that many small business owners are concerned about publicly declaring their approval for the rezoning, fearing backlash from the Residents Association of Mount Pleasant, or RAMP. This organization was formed unofficially, without any public consultation or input, to become the voice of our community. The Residents Association of Mount Pleasant doesn't speak for me or many others in the neighborhood. Their reluctance to any change in the community is out of step with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Using the Lee Building at Main and Broadway as a template for new construction height restrictions simply doesn't make sense. Using misinformation, fear tactics, and intimidation, they've drawn an incredible amount of negative attention to this rezoning. Even at this public hearing, RAMP members have been extremely vocal to anyone who doesn't match their ideas of the future in Mount Pleasant. If affordable housing truly was the issue being built in the neighborhood, and I'm happy to see that, I mean, there always is the need for more, but there is the project being built right now at 2nd and Main, which is a start. There would have been greater opposition for the exclusive 45-unit Collection 45 currently being built on 8th Avenue, which is only a 6-story building. Clearly, the height for RAMP the issue is about height. But this, for me, is about the future of Vancouver. I think I'm one of the younger speakers here today, but our little community is changing. New development isn't scary. It's simply the evolution of our very young, growing city. Freezing development while Vancouver is just coming of age, barely, isn't the right thing to do. We need to be able to accept density, and this rezoning is exactly in line with what our growing city and community needs. I mean, we're having the same arguments now that New York and areas like Brooklyn were having several decades ago. That's an area that's managed to still have great diversity, have a lot of artists remain in the neighborhood. Affordability is certainly an issue, but that is the case with a lot of large urban centers. And I hope that is an issue that, council will continue to work on. However, I was disappointed with the city planners removing the artist studios for this project, which were initially proposed. I'm still not sure if artist studios were the right fit, but I definitely would like to see more public space and community amenities included within this development. Just to wrap up, I'd like to present this as my approval for the rezoning of this site with the hope of greater consideration for direct impact community amenities. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming to speak. You got a question from Councillor Stevenson first.
Thanks for coming. Obviously, you know the community intimately. You've been very involved in it, and you live very close to it, and so you'll be greatly affected by it. So, and you're talking about change and being open to change and so on, and part of it, I think you're indicating is that it's because you're younger and therefore maybe more open to that than others. But what do you see? You know your neighbors, you know these folks, you know the folks in the back. What do you see as, why are they fearful of? What are they fearful of? Just change, or will the property values go down, they think, or what's behind it?
Well, there's several factors. Obviously, people are concerned about increased costs for new development and for new houses. They're concerned about their property values, perhaps of their single-dwelling homes in the surrounding area going down. I think there's certainly the word gentrification has come up significantly, and that is a concern. But I mean, that is an issue happening throughout the city with young people, young families, artists moving in. It is happening. I mean, that's part of the reason Mount Pleasant has the appeal and the great appeal at present. The issue is a lot, I think, for a lot of the people I've spoken to that do take issue with it, is surrounding the height. I still don't see 19 stories as a mammoth building. It is a tower, but it's certainly not a 36-story building. It's
not the Shangri-La.
No, certainly not. And I can see all of downtown from my view, but I'm losing it with construction all around, and that's just inevitable, an inevitable reality with a growing city. And will this impact part of my view in the sort of southeast direction? Yeah, of course it will, but it's not about me in a city that's growing. I mean, we have to look towards the future and new families that are coming up and new people that are immigrating to Vancouver and coming to Vancouver from the rest of Canada, and where are they going to be living when they come to Vancouver. I mean, certainly affordability is the issue, but just the reality of where are we going to put them.
You really think property values would go down, though? I mean,
I personally think property value would go up with that, especially for a single dwelling house, just because it would become that much more of a luxury.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Ball next.
Thank you. Did you have any trouble finding out everything that you wanted to know about this building, about the proposed building?
I didn't have any trouble, but I am the type of person that does a lot of independent research. I am in contact with a lot of business owners. I did attend the initial open house that was at the Salt building with an open mind and rather negative view towards the project that day. In fact, that day I voted against for it at the public hearing at that project. So if people are quoting that as the statistics for people not wanting it, I'm one of the people that certainly changed their mind.
Thank you. And also, we've heard this before, several people mentioning it would be nice to have something in the building that was a public gathering place or something to draw people in. Is it possible, my neighborhood, Starbucks is that's sort of the community center for the neighborhood. Is that what you're thinking of, or are you thinking of something that's a publicly funded, like the art studios or something like that?
I don't know if art studios specifically is the right choice. The first thing that I thought of when I was listening to some of the other speakers and thinking what there's a lack of in Mount Pleasant, I'd love to see a theater in the community. We don't actually have a public theater. There's a lot of art galleries that have put up sort of makeshift platforms for groups to perform at, but there's no theater itself in Mount Pleasant, so I thought this would be an ideal place for that, but that certainly isn't my agenda for being here today, but I do think that would be a good fit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much for coming. You used the word gentrification, and I think you used it in a way that was very different from a lot of folks, or the way I've heard it used in different neighborhoods, downtown East Side. Anybody who makes more than, I don't know, anybody who can afford more than $375 a month shouldn't be allowed to live there, from one extreme all the way to, you know. But you used it in a very interesting sense, and maybe you can expand on it a little bit for me. You said that people fear gentrification, but yet you said gentrification, as I understood it, just correct me if I'm wrong, was just young people moving on up in the world and having families, making a little bit more money and growing and living. And to me, that doesn't sound scary at all. To me, it sounds something pretty good.
No, and definitely I agree with that. I'm 28 years old. I can't afford to buy a house in Vancouver. If I'm lucky, in a few years, I might be able to afford a condo. do I really want a condo? Of course, I'd prefer a house. Who wouldn't want a yard and have the benefits of that?
All about equity, man.
Right, but the reality is that's just not possible for me in Vancouver. But Vancouver is where I live and where I want to be. I'm born in Vancouver. I've lived all over Western Canada, and I lived in Europe briefly, and I returned to Vancouver. But when I returned, I ended up living at a loft at Scotia and Fourth, a loft that was built about 13 or 14 years ago, which was sort of with the first wave of gentrification. In fact, I was renting my loft from an owner who had purchased it 14 years ago, I think, for $180,000, she told me at the time. And my rent was based on what her mortgage was at $180,000, but units were selling for well over $500,000. So the mortgage would obviously be extremely higher. I couldn't afford that if I was to purchase, so it made more sense to rent. And I think that's for a lot of people in the area. But with a lot of new buildings being built that are hopefully in the range of 300, 350, and I know Rise did do a project at, which isn't too far from my house either, at Quebec and Broadway. And units did start in the 350 range, which is a reality, in my opinion, for someone with sort of even a lower to middle class job.
Well, I think that's a very, this is why I'm glad you came to speak, and you talked about it in a very different ways, because it really has broadened out what we mean by gentrification, or what is affordable, or what real people who are of a certain age bracket needing to, I remember when I was your age, Crumley, I think it was $7 an hour, you thought you were king of the world. And, houses were, well under $100,000 at the time. That was like, oh my gosh. So that range you would consider to be something, doable to shoot for, in your definition?
Absolutely. I think if there's units that were at least starting $280,000, $290,000 for someone, I mean, it's hard. Is that considered affordable housing? Well, at $600 a month on social assistance, no, of course it isn't. But at some level, is that what this project is? No, this is a private developer's project. This isn't.
So do you think, in your opinion, that as the neighborhood changes, like with this particular development and other developments that will eventually come in the area, that it would attract new young families and things like that, and that's a good thing?
I think it is a good thing. I mean, Main Street's developed quite significantly in the few years that I've been there most recently, and it's happening and just extending sort of eastward onto Fraser, and I'm happy to see that the development is on sort of the Kingsway side. I'm quite pleased with the 3 sites that have been proposed at the IGA site at 14th, as well as the Kingsgate Mall site.
Well, thank you very much. That perspective on what gentrification is very helpful.
Thank you. And if I could just add, I do feel that perhaps there may be just a lack of speakers in support of the project, just due to the full amount of intimidation and postering that has occurred throughout Main Street.
Have you experienced any yourself?
That's proving my point. And it takes a lot of, I think, confidence to come up and speak against it when you have the majority of the room, at least who comes out against.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
That's good.
Yep, thanks for coming to speak.
Thank you.
That is your questions. And next up is number 71, Peter Sillen. Peter Sillen. And not here right now, Roseanne Wozni, 72. Roseanne Wozni. Number 73 is Randy Chatterjee. Okay, next up is Leona Rothney. Is Leona Rothney here? Is James Steidel is here. Okay, and on deck is Elizabeth Murphy, 77, Rob Groombridge, 78, Emily Griffiths. Welcome, Mr. Steidel.
Yeah, thanks for having me here and allowing me the opportunity to talk to you guys. I live a block away. I live at the Belvedere Court, which is on the corner of 10th and Main. Lived there for a couple of years. I've kind of interacted with this neighborhood for quite some time. And I just, I love the neighborhood, and I think, well, I'm opposed to this project. I think this project could be done far better than what the proposal I see. And I think my main issue here is it's more about, I guess, the scale. People talk about the height. I'm not so much concerned about the height or the density. I think the greater density we have, the better. I don't think there needs to be trade-off between density and, the health of the community. I guess what I'm concerned about is kind of this trend towards an increasing consolidation of property in the hands of fewer and fewer people. What we're doing here is we're taking 6 independent parcels and we're going to consolidate it when you vote on this decision maybe tonight into one single entity owned by some faceless real estate entity that's going to be owned by a bunch of investors somewhere in the world, people like yourselves maybe, or whoever, whoever owns stock and bonds. Well, whoever's invested in the stock market, we won't own a house there, but I mean, it's where does this money come from? It comes from global capital, and the allegiance isn't going to be to a local landowner. And I think when you look at the neighborhood, it's all local, small-scale landowners, and as a result of that, I think we've had one of the most successful communities in Vancouver. It's the highest transit use, it's got some of the highest density, and this is being achieved without these mega block-sized developments. It's all being small parcels. So I really don't think we need to consolidate all these parcels into one thing. Once you consolidate it, you can never go back. You'll never give the opportunity to a local landowner to own a piece of that block because it's going to be this huge $200 million thing. And I think, if we are concerned about this growing inequality in society, which I know many of you are concerned about, I know that that's a concern of many of you that were elected here today in your party, and I don't think that handing us over to one big conglomeration kind of achieves those goals. I don't see that as being asked for in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. I don't think that they wanted this scale of ownership. I think we need to keep it small. So you say, well, how can we build all this underground parking, if we don't have this big, massive, consolidated entity? Well, my answer to that is don't build the parking. I think it's ridiculous that we still have parking requirements in the city. You know how much a parking lot costs? When they dig 4 stories of dirt and rock out of the ground and fill it full of concrete? It's the most expensive part of the construction. It's probably $50,000, $100,000 onto the cost of a condo unit. So you're not going to achieve affordable housing in the city if you require parking, underground parking particularly. The West End, whereas there's very little underground parking in the West End. There are examples of density where you don't need underground parking. So what parking signals to me is it's a major cost to this development. It's going to be transferred to the owners. It's going to be transferred to the leaseholders. What small-scale artisan is ever going to lease this space when you've got this 280 units of parking that you've got to pay for? What small-scale business is going to be able to afford that? It's all going to be chains. It's all going to be franchises. I heard that, I don't know, this might just be a rumor, but I heard it from somebody who I guess is pretty credible. They support the project. That financing, maybe the RISE guys here can back me up on this one, but that financing was kind of contingent on getting some guaranteed big mainstream big box stores, large franchises to move in there. It's not about independent small scale business which characterizes the neighborhood. It's about handing it over to a single entity, losing any kind of local accountability or control over the future of this block. And I really don't think that that's the future of our city. I think you have a big decision in front of you here tonight. I think you have to kind of stand up for the little guy. I don't think the people of Vancouver elected you to, hand over the control of a whole city block in a very important neighborhood to a single entity. Keep all the parcels independent. Get rid of the parking, and I think you'll get a much more reasonable development. The other thing about keeping the small parcel size, keeping mixed, having multiple developments on the site, you're going to get a lot more architectural diversity. You're going to get a lot more architectural expression here, and just the future isn't tied up with a single person or a single entity. You're going to have who knows what kind of future it's going to be. But if it's just a single thing, it's just going to be handed over as a single thing in perpetuity. You're never going to go back to what it is right now. The last point I wanted to make is the Jensen building. That's the historical 1912 building. I haven't heard anybody talk about this building, but it's a wood frame construction, has some unique beam characteristics to it. This triangular beam structure, old growth Douglas fir. That kind of wood, you can't get it anymore. It's all being logged. I think that's kind of a heritage feature just because that you can't really see a type of building like that anywhere. It's being used as an art show very successfully, I might add. I think it was a very good venue. I think how many people have been in this building? Any of the councilors? You guys been in there? Mm-hmm. It's kind of a neat building, right? I think it could be something very special for that community. I think it could be turned into a gallery. I kind of thrown this idea around. What about like some kind of Bauhaus-inspired, interdisciplinary kind of woodwork, pottery, art, multimedia studio? I think that's kind of a neat idea that we kind of maybe haven't really thought about. Keep the building exactly the way it is. I think it's a cool thing. I think the future is in the hands of many people, not just one. I think equality is a very important part of this project, and thanks for listening to me.
Got a question from Councillor Louie.
Do you, if I understood you correctly, the amount of density is not a problem, the height's not a problem, parking's a problem. You prefer not to be, and the ownership pattern. Just to be clear, you're speaking of the commercial component.
Yes. Yeah, and I understand it'll be stratified.
Because there's stratified, there's going to be lots and lots of little airspace parcels, I expect.
What I'm getting at is just like the whole thing is just going to be locked up in this one. Like you're never going to be able to break it up again,
So if the commercial component was stratified, like broke it down to smaller CR...
Different developments develop each piece of parcel independently like the rest of the neighborhood.
But if
Keep it the way it is.
If the commercial units were stratified, smaller CRUs, and they could actually own a component of it, would that make any difference to you?
I think so, if you got rid of the parking. I think the parking is sort of like my main concern, I guess. Also, like just the architectural, monolithic architectural entity that it's going to be, what I see it becoming. I think it needs to be broken up into small, different little expressions of different visions, the way that the rest of the neighborhood is. So one block with all the same facade, with all, I just don't think that fits with the neighborhood, and I think that's what people have a problem with. I mean, I think if
that
you
was one of the
concerns
concerns of staff as well, is that it wouldn't be just one big monolithic thing, and that's why they went through a number of different design iterations to break up the pattern. But it sounds just maybe, have you seen the latest version of it?
Yeah, I've seen
and
it.
It's still not broken down quite enough for you.
No, I think it could be. It still looks like one big thing. It still looks like the same entity, and I really would like to see the Jensen building as part of it. I just think it's a really cool thing. I don't think we need to tear down our history like that and get rid of it. I think it could be incorporated into the project effectively, and I guess money is a thing, but I think if you teamed up with the VAG or something, I think there would be interest to make that into some kind of community space.
Okay. I don't think we're at the finalized stage of formal development yet, or of design either, and I'll ask later on when we get the opportunity of the developer whether or not there's a willingness to break down and stratify the commercial units as well. Thanks.
Councillor Stevenson, questions?
Thank you very much. Well, it's very good to see you again. It's been a while. As long as I have known you, I want to congratulate you. You've always stood up for the little guy. I'm thinking about Jim Green this week, who was someone who did the same, and always, with me, always you talked about that. James, how do we even go about a recommendation? I don't see it possible. I mean, we have this free enterprise system, take it or leave it.
Sure, just don't consolidate the parcels.
Well, we'd be in court.
They bought them independently, keep them that way.
We'd be in court tomorrow morning.
You're voting on a zoning, a change of the property parcel. I think that's one of the sections of the motion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is that a legal requirement that you have to allow that to happen?
I'll take that up with staff.
They bought them independently. Keep them that way.
Yeah, I think your parking, the parking issue is not just relevant to here; it's relevant everywhere, and it's a real problem.
Transit neighborhood. Why do you need? And the thing about this parking, it excludes a whole class of people from ever wanting to buy that place. If you have to pay another $100,000 on your condo just for the parking space, a cyclist who doesn't want to use a car, why would they buy a place there? And if you do have that kind of money kicking around to buy that parking space, why would you take transit? You got a car, you got a parking space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy it that the people that we're going to be moving in here are going to be the transit riding clientele that we think it's going to be.
Hoping for. Okay, thanks, James.
Thanks. That's your questions. Thanks for coming to speak. Next up is Elizabeth Murphy, number 76 on the speakers list. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually speaking for Neighborhoods for Sustainable Vancouver as well as for myself personally, so I'm still going to try to keep it to 5 minutes, but I may run over. And I have a couple of handouts.
A lot of people have been running over. I've been trying to maintain as minimal questioning as I can, but I would just appeal to people to do 5 minutes, and to you, Mr. Chair, to be tougher on them.
Right. Well, that
is the bylaw, so we will hold you to it. And you may have questions. You often do.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm speaking first for the Neighborhoods for Sustainable Vancouver, and then I'm speaking for myself.
That's not.
Pardon me?
It's 5 minutes. Period.
The bylaw is you get 5 minutes, whether you're representing yourself or an organization.
I'm making two presentations. Okay, so one is for myself and one is for NSV. So the first one is for Neighborhoods for Sustainable Vancouver, and Neighborhoods for Sustainable Vancouver is opposed to the proposed CD1 rezoning. This proposal is not supported by the Mount Pleasant community and is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood as defined by the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. The issues with height, density, affordability, and that have been repeatedly brought up by the public have not been adequately addressed by staff and the proponent, and the proposal as it stands is completely out of scale for the community. NSV concurs with the issues raised by the Residents Association Mount Pleasant ramp. Of particular concern are the misrepresentations of the applicant and the planning department as raised by ramp, which we do not feel have been adequately addressed. The comparable analysis of the existing C3A zoning and the CD1 application in the staff report is also misleading because it treats the conditional increased potential height and density as if it's outright. The existing outright zoning of 1.0 FSR and 30 feet height may only be conditionally increased to 3 FSR and 70 feet height based on the C3A guidelines if design considerations have been addressed and the preservation of the character and general amenity desired for the area and the submission of any advisory group, property owner, or tenant. This has not yet been done. The amenity should be based on any increased density above the outright 1.0 FSR as contemplated in the zoning for the general amenity desired for the area, rather than treating the conditional 3.0 FSR as if it is outright rather than earned. Further, NSV does not think that there is justification for going beyond the conditional zoned increases as contemplated in the C3A zoning bylaw and guidelines, which meet the Mount Pleasant Community Plan for increased density on the site. We request that the application be referred back to the applicant for redesign that has demonstrated broad community support. Thank you. So that is for Neighborhoods for Sustainable Vancouver. And then I'd just like to also make a presentation for myself. And I'd just like to say that I am also opposed to the proposed CD1 rezoning. And as you have heard from previous speakers, the process was flawed, as evidenced by the fact that a picture of the project similar to the Rise was included in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan when it clearly violates the community's stated objectives to this heritage community. This big box behemoth is completely out of scale in character with Mount Pleasant neighborhood. The community provided the city with a 2,000 signature petition in support of design that is consistent with the C3A district zoning bylaw and guidelines. This would also be consistent with the community plan by allowing more height and density than the outright 1.0 FSR and 30 feet, height conditionally increased to 3 FSR and 70 feet, and I support their request. There are a number of projects in the area that have been built under the C3A bylaw and guidelines that provide increased density while respecting the scale of the area, such as the Sophia on 11th Avenue, which is 8 stories. Please refer this back to the applicant for redesign within the C3A zoning bylaw and guidelines with the following suggestions. 1, entirely remove the first 2 stories of the big box podium that currently cover lot line to lot line over the entire site. This would also eliminate the large semi-trailer truck loading bay and truck traffic that negatively impacts on Watson Street. 2, provide small frontage commercial along the street grade consistent with the area. 3, consider at-grade townhouses with apartments above facing 10th Avenue and Watson Street and any interior courtyard or mews to be consistent with other developments in the neighborhood, such as the Sophia, and for eyes on the street. And I note that there's a new project that's right on the corner of 10th and Watson that has the townhouses looking onto the lane, and that would mirror what is already there and work well with the
So you're
with the
just
area.
over your 5 minutes now.
Okay.
I'll give you a
And
sentence to wrap up. You have a question coming from Councillor
I
Reimer.
just have 2 quick more points. Keep the street wall in scale with the existing majority of the area, which is 3 to 4 stories. Step back to the highest point of the project on the northeast corner at about 70 feet or as per the zoning guidelines. And 5, work with staff and the community to make the design a sympathetic fit with the character of the area and to reflect the values expressed at the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Not so much of a question, but a plea, because I've asked you this question before. If you could please not print out things that you've already emailed, because they have your personal contact information, so I can't even recycle them and use the backside. I just have to shred them. So I appreciate it when you send it by email.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One of them I sent by email, the other I didn't.
Okay. Well, so, yeah, it would be great. I know you're here a lot, and it just would be awesome if you could not email and print out so much paper.
Okay.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. And thanks for the specifics. It's very helpful in terms of how one judges on what basis the project is either supported or not supported within the community. In terms of the process being flawed, I understand that you're referring here to to something different, a picture that was included in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. I'm sorry, I don't understand that point.
Oh, okay. Well, that was just an example, actually, because I didn't have a lot of time. But essentially, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan went through this long process where the community went through many meetings and expressed very clearly that it's a heritage area. They're concerned about affordability and about the artist space and a whole lot of things. And in scale that they wanted, the Lee building was sort of the highest that they were interested in for a lot of that area. A number of things, and then at the last minute, this drawing somehow got included in the plan, but even though it seems to be very opposed to most of those principles. And I don't think that was what was contemplated by most of the comments that came out of that planning process. So somehow staff felt that represented what would be typical for that site prior to it even being approved, and before the application came in for consideration. So that's, I just felt it was like putting the cart before the horse, and how did that happen? And also, I just think that the process since the application came forward, I've been to a few of the open houses and saw the level of opposition that seemed to be coming through, and the report out, and yet each version just didn't seem to address what was brought forward. So that's why I think it was quite a flawed process.
Okay. Your last point is to recommend, the whole last piece is to send it back to the applicant for redesign.
Yes.
Can you offer suggestions as to how the process of involving the community in the drawing up those plans could be done in a different way so as to achieve perhaps a more supportable result?
Well, I think if the applicant was instructed to work within the C3A district zoning bylaw and guidelines as a start, I think that represents, for the most part, where the community wants to go with this. I mean, a vast majority of them have said that, and it does allow for increased density. It does allow for some height, and on a conditional basis, as long as the applicant earns it. And so it essentially does what is anticipated in the plan, in the community plan, and also meets what is done, more typically throughout that area. So it works with the community better.
Okay. What are the key features of earning increased density to you? What would be needed to be, from your perspective, included?
Well, it's actually in this case. If we were actually going by the district zoning bylaw and guidelines, there's very specific issues that have to be addressed from a design perspective and amenity on site. I think that those need to be addressed. It addresses the issue of the big box and the needing to respond to context about height and varying and street wall and many of the design aspects of this site that need to be addressed as in determining the envelope. And I think that's one of the main things. As far as the amenities and affordability, I mean, I think when you're looking at a market project like this, the reality is it's not going to be affordable. I mean, that's the bottom line. It'll have smaller units that will be less expensive than larger units, but it's not necessarily going to be affordable housing. And I think it's unrealistic to expect it to be, unless you have something else coming forward, like some kind of subsidies. You have other kinds of policies in place, and they're just not there.
Ms. Murphy.
Oh, okay.
Thanks very much. I appreciate
it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks for coming to speak.
Thank you very much.
Again, Rob Groombridge is our next speaker, 77. It's Rob Groombridge here. Rob Groombridge? Okay. He's followed by 78, Emily Griffiths, 79, Gideon James, 80, Kiefer Elliott. Welcome.
Thank you.
Both of you.
Hey, thanks. This is a first for me. I'm grateful for the warm welcome. Thank you for giving me and the others opportunity to speak. Thank you for listening. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant. I live on the 400 block of East 6th Avenue. It's a few blocks from this site. And unfortunately, I don't work in this neighborhood or even within Vancouver. I actually take the bus and SkyTrain to work in Burnaby every day. And my wife and I don't have the desire to live over there. My wife and I moved here in 2005 when we bought our home. It was our first and only time buying a home. And we now have a child. She's 4 years old. And the three of us love and we care about our community. It has depth. It's not dull. It's not sterile. And although we have to be concerned for our safety due to the behavior of some drivers around, we really love to walk in our community. We sometimes bike as well as taking transit. Although this site is almost never a destination for us, through our travels we are regularly passing along that are very nearby. Excuse me. As has been mentioned already, it is at the heart of our community. Many other people of this community are also very proud of Mount Pleasant, and rightly so. The dedication of some of these people has created the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, and from what I understand, prior plans from many years ago. even. And although I suspect that many of the participants of the planning process are not professional experts, I believe that they took this task very seriously and set out to do the very best they could for their community. And as a result, they made sacrifices of their time to assist with the creation of this community plan. They gave up significant portions of their time on the weekends. It was probably time they would also have liked to have spent with their families, their friends, their loved ones, doing other things. But they made these sacrifices because they cared about this community and they had a desire to see positive change, including development that was done right. Although I don't think the plan's perfect, I'm grateful for the sacrifices the participants made, and I think they should be proud of their efforts and the results so far. I want you to know that I'm aware that Mount Pleasant is changing. I know it will continue to change. I've seen a great deal of the change in the time I've lived here. Development's happening here, and I'm not against suitable development. I'm also not against density. My family and I live in a condo in an older 3-story building, and this appears to be, to me, an eco-friendly option for housing. And I find the proposal disturbing. I see that it seeks to exploit some parts of the community plan and violate others. We're told that the plan encourages density and height for the site. I don't think it recommends tunnel vision on this point. There's much more of a discussion on this in the plan. For example, in pages 9, 10, and page 23. On 23, the plan, it states, the plan supports the design of iconic, in quotes, and landmark, in brackets, buildings when granting permission for higher buildings. So first of all, this proposal is way too high for the site. Secondly, the proposal fails miserably as iconic and a landmark building. It's hugely disappointing for me. The proposal would probably be suited somewhere else. I'm thinking, for instance, places like along the Lougheed Highway in Burnaby, for instance. There are already, there's nothing wrong with that too, right? There's already similar places, examples to be found, right, along the, I can just think around Willingdon and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to slight the people there. I told you I work there. I was born in Burnaby, but it's not our style, right? That's not what we like here. Those are areas with heavy vehicle traffic, and I think no apparent existing heritage. Those are areas without substantial and vibrant pedestrian activity. I think that if those areas are happy with the fit of these projects, like this one, then so be it. Good for them. The Rise proposed building is definitely not iconic. I mentioned that this project might be suitable for some other site, but I seriously doubt that if this proposal were to be built in another city of the Lower Mainland, that they would even consider it to be iconic. I ask you to please make sure you read the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, to be honest, to show integrity, to see for yourself where this proposal does align to the plan and where it does not align to the plan. Please also visit the site. See Watson Street for yourself. See what an amazing potential exists for this place. And also know how fragile it is. Please observe how close the site is to Main Street. It's only meters away. The edge of this Rise site is just meters away from the sidewalk at Main Street. I ask you to appreciate this fact because I heard this proposal described as being suitable for Kingsway, but not for Main Street. And this essentially cannot jive because it's almost the same place. It's not appropriate at all to bring all these cars and trucks to the heart of this community or to Watson Street. The effect would be to destroy aspects and hopes for the implementation of a community plan. Page 9 calls for Watson Street to be developed as a special site, perceived as unique in history, character, and use, similar to Mole Hill in the West End. And that's a quote from the plan. And to explore improvements for pedestrians and cyclists. Before I moved to Pleasant, I lived right beside Mole Hill, and I recognize Mole Hill for being the gem that it is. It is also a wonderful place to be a pedestrian, and I can tell you that there is no trailer truck loading back bay smack dab in the middle of Mole Hill. I think that when
you're well over your time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want to wrap it up, please.
Sure. I think when you fully absorb the plan and the site, the feedback from the community, You will find as well this proposal in its current state is not suitable for the site. Mount Pleasant is worth sticking up for. We need your support. Please stick up for heritage, for Vancouver, for Mount Pleasant, and for the little Watson Street. Please show Vancouver that community participation is respected and valued and can produce results that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And next up is, I understand we missed Pete Sillin a couple speakers ago. Was out of the room, and here he is. And after Mr. Sillin is Emily Griffith, 78. Step right up.
Right, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good.
Yep.
I was going to prepare a whole bunch, but of course that didn't happen. I've been a resident in Mount Pleasant now for 24 years. Now I'm at 11th in Manitoba, well, on 11th between Ontario and Manitoba. First saw this proposal, and I thought, oh, you're kidding. So we needed another ugly building here. But every day of the summer and lots during the winter, I have a couple of concerns that arise from what I see in my neighborhood. So I'm right near two bike paths, one Ontario going north and south, and the 10th Avenue one. And I cannot tell you how many times a day I watch cyclists just bomb through stop signs, wearing whatever they call it, iPods, something like that. At night they're not using lights. It's already really dangerous there. And I think this proposal is going to put even more cyclists at risk. I think people are going to get injured by this. The second thing that I see a lot of times in my neighborhood now is a result of a couple new buildings, the sort of 4 or 5 story buildings that were built on Broadway, and the entrances to these buildings are on the laneway. And every day I see cars bombing in and out of these laneways onto Manitoba or onto Ontario as they try to get out of their apartment buildings, their condo buildings, and onto the streets. And with all the traffic, and there's a lot more residences on these than are in those buildings. And I think, not only are they putting themselves at risk, they're going to be putting everybody else who's walking there and driving down there. So I think this proposal is dangerous to the people who are living there, to cyclists, to people walking into other cars, as well as everything else I want to support about the people who just talk about just too much cars in terms of there's not enough public transportation. It's going to be a long wait before we have a Broadway station, SkyTrain, or whatever we have, Canada Line. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you for coming to speak. Emily Griffiths, number 78. Emily Griffiths here. How about Gideon James, 79 Gideon James, followed by number 80 Kiefer Elliott, and then Gary Jarvis, Geraldine Doyle. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to ask permission to exchange my place in the lineup with Scott Roberts tonight. He's number 109. Would that be possible?
For you two to switch, have you got a compelling reason for that?
My presentation would be quite general. Scott's presentation is very specific, and we feel that it would be timely for Council to hear his presentation earlier rather than later.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Council's okay with that? Scott Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Roberts, and I'm here today before you to speak on behalf of the Mount Pleasant Food Co-op. The Mount Pleasant Food Co-op is a community-based food retail initiative that's been in development since August 2010. Our steering committee is comprised of 2 small business owners from the Mount Pleasant community, as well as 2 not-for-profit social justice professionals. We are in support of the rezoning for the Rise Kingsway development. Not only because this provides a viable commercial space in our Mount Pleasant community for a 30,000 square foot food retail owned and operated by our community members, but because Rise has been in discussion with us from the beginning and has allowed us an opportunity via a memorandum of agreement to get in on a commercial space this size and this location at below market value, and have, through this memorandum of agreement, guaranteed us first choice on commercial retail. But this is not the only reason Mount Pleasant Food Co-op supports this development. We also consider it a real opportunity to develop local food systems and infrastructure through the proposed urban agriculture and through the proposed food retail of Mount Pleasant Food Co-op. Our members have worked tirelessly for years to develop urban food security infrastructure as well as local food security infrastructure and truly understand the ways in which local farmers interact with food retailers and are open and willing to engage these local farmers to develop further and more in-depth, functional, and effective food security systems for the City of Vancouver. We feel that RISE, as a result of this, has earned its opportunity by removing the big box option and instead looking to a local community group to take charge and own that retail space and provide its community members not only jobs, but also bringing that money back into the community rather than farming it out, pardon the pun, to Texas or to some other group that espouses local values and does not create local jobs, or rather bring that money back into the local community. The only other comment I have as a result of past speakers tonight is in relationship to the cars and trucks in the larger numbers that this development will bring. For the record, I'd like to point out that directly across the street at Kingsgate Mall is a substantial amount of trucks. And Watson Street is, in fact, as it's been mentioned in the past, the loading bay for all of the retail on Main Street. This development will not be bringing in a vast number more of trucks, a vast number more cars. It will simply act as an opportunity for a community organization to bring local food and a local food retailer to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jang, question?
Thank you very much for coming. It's interesting, I take it you're a small retailer. You would land up being a small retailer. You're not like a big business, you're small.
That's correct. We're small. We're comprised of two Main Street small business owners and two not-for-profit social justice professionals.
It was funny, just as you were coming up to speak and you said you're a small business, I thought, oh, he's going to be against it, because I've heard so much now about how this development will destroy all the little businesses. But this is quite a change from what I've heard so far. It's very clear that, so you think then that this development, what's your thoughts on how it would impact? So far I've only heard that people say that it would harm small businesses in the area. Do you think that's necessarily the case?
I think the opposite is in fact true. I think that increased density simply brings more business to the neighborhood by nature of more people living there. And I think that density, as per the official community plan, in that location is ideal, not only because of the transit, and believe it or not, there are going to be many students living in that building, renting in that building, and taking transit to and from UBC, but also the increased tax base that this particular development is going to bring. With 241 market condos, that's a lot of property tax that will be coming back into our neighborhood, creating more money for social programs, creating more money for libraries on an annual basis, not just a one-off. And to get, back to the specifics of small business, it is literally hundreds, if not thousands, of more people directly in that neighborhood there by spending that money. We calculated, based on StatsCan figures, about $7,500 a year the average person spends on groceries. That's, $700,000, $7 million a year in should there be 1,000 people there, in grocery money spent outside of restaurants and alcohol, according to StatsCan. That's a huge bump.
So clearly you've worked out a real business plan.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah,
That's
I
great.
mean, we're in the first draft still, for sure. But yeah, we're working with BC Cooperative Association, or BCCA, to develop our first stages of feasibility study and business planning.
Well, I've always wondered, I'm glad you have a great business, you're working on a business plan. I often hear that, a lot of businesses fail because they don't have business plans and they just kind of go out there and, by guess and by gosh. So it's quite refreshing to hear. So thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Councillor Reimer, questions?
You probably said this, I didn't catch it. Did you say whether you were a resident of the neighborhood or not?
I didn't say it, but I am a resident.
Well, I'm not. I understand a lot about food, but not necessarily the economics of large grocery. That part of it's a bit over my head. So there's a Bilo right across the street in an IGA 2 blocks up. You think you can be competitive in that spot, obviously?
Well, the fact of the matter is that myself, several small cafe owners and business owners in the neighborhood, and a lot of our friends walk from Main Street to Whole Foods on Cambie for the, well, higher quality organic food, quite frankly, as well as their cafe. So yeah, we think we can be competitive still.
If the space wasn't subsidized, would you still make a go of it there?
If we could get lower value, if we could negotiate lower rent per square foot than what the kind of standard is, so if we were on the lower end of the standard, yes, we could. Possibly. Might start a little smaller.
The finance chair is negotiating property taxes with me over here. The last question, which sort of just flew out of my mind, I'm sorry, was about Watson Street. So, well, I would agree it's been used in recent history as a loading lane for there. From your comments, it suggests it's always been used as that. So I've been trying to hunt down the history of Watson Street, actually, because it's just such an unusual little street from what I can tell. So anything you have on it, I'd love to hear.
The only thing I have is my own experience watching the trucks and being a cyclist and ripping up and down there and occasionally almost being hit by them. But that's part of the riding, safer than on Main Street, quite frankly. I've come to use Ontario, by the way.
That's great. Thanks very much for coming.
Councillor Carr, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've signed an MOU? Is that what you said with the...
An MOA, yes. Memorandum of Agreement.
Yes, okay. Yes. And so your intention, are you the big box that they're talking about? Is that the space that...
Big box is traditionally 50 to 100,000 square feet. We're looking at 34,000 square feet, which is the largest retail. It's the pale green on the second panel here from the right. If I remember correctly from the black and white PDF that I've looked at, but that seems about right. So we're looking, that's our ideal size for, which is the vast majority.
Okay, so the largest of the smaller retail, not the biggest one.
No, we are the biggest of all the retail. Yes.
Of the biggest of all the retail.
That's correct.
Okay, and does the community know about this? I mean, did you...
No, and that's actually, this is something that we've kind of kept under our hat, primarily because it's only in recent times that we've signed this memorandum of agreement. We've been working as a small group. We've engaged the community for the last 6 or 8 months to develop some support for this project, but we haven't come out in full force and publicly announced this project because, quite frankly, we didn't have a memorandum of agreement until the last 4 weeks or so. We've been working with RISE to look at this, and we've come to discover through our consultants and through the people who have been acting as an unofficial board of directors to us that this is our best shot for accessing an appropriate retail environment. So through our directors who have been leading us through this process, they have suggested, look, see if we can negotiate something with them. This is your best shot. Either take this or there will be no Mount Pleasant Food Co-op, quite frankly, is what we were told by the people who've been, again, directing us.
And you indicated that the space is subsidized. Is it subsidized by RISE?
RISE has offered us a very generous below market value in the memorandum of agreement, below market value, because we're a community group, for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. That is your questions. Thanks for coming. And I'm actually going to, we have a lot of speakers to go. I was just going to have a brief recess. So, councillors, a bio break for clerk councillors, and we'll start right back up at 8:30. So about 8 minutes from now, quick break, and we'll be back with Kiefer Elliott, speaker number 80. Okay, folks, if everyone could take their seats again so we can get started. Down a couple councillors here. They must be just outside the door. Round them up. Thanks, Councillor Louie. So we will start up again. Kiefer Elliott, speaker number 80. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor.
See there you go. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Kiefer Elliott. I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant for 8 years. First, I wish to express very strongly my total opposition to this rezoning proposal, along with every aspect of the associated project. Secondly, I'd like to concur with the statements that have been expressed by the other residents who have voiced their reasoned and sincere opposition to this rezoning and project in defense of their community. Finally, I'd like to address something entirely different with regard to this development, and that is many of the comments that have been presented up till now have been what I might refer to as microscopic issues surrounding this project. I'd like to address a more significant macroscopic issue that has not been talked about by anyone. Like so many rezoning projects that have been rather readily approved by council, this project leans primarily on an appeal to increased density for its justification. As a matter of fact, most of the speakers who come up here always remind everybody that they have no problem with density and no problem with growth. However, I'm taking a different approach to this and looking at it from a macroscopic point of view. And after all, the density that is claimed to be provided by this building is because the building is tall, obviously. Density increase is a key component to so-called compact city models or smart growth or eco-density is a red herring. It is used to create an illusion of sustainability and ecological responsibility while actually sidestepping these very issues for simple monetary gain. The primary results of densification are increased overall population, increased energy and material consumption, and increased environmental degradation. These are not things that a city that wants to be a sustainable city should tolerate. In contrast to a significant public benefit claimed by the RISE project, this project is a significant public degradation. Vancouver is now really two cities. One is a high-density, overdeveloped, energy-intensive nightmare of congestion seen looming menacingly over downtown, West End, Cole Harbor, Yaletown, Falls Creek. No resident of Mount Pleasant would choose to live there. The other city is the one that the world actually points to as an admirable model for a potentially sustainable urban area. This consists of most of the city that I did not list just now, the neighborhoods. These have formed in an evolutionary manner into distinct livable communities, of which Mount Pleasant is one. These fragile communities are under relentless attack by developers and financiers who hide behind a veil of sustainability while they seek profits and influence. Tall building projects are one of the most visible weapons that they use against communities and against sustainability. Specifically, high density imposed by tall residential buildings harms community because high density living is socially flawed. It is definitively associated with transience, increased crime, diminished access to play and gardening land, diminished neighborly acts of cooperation, and reduced personal freedom, among others. High density is also physically flawed. It is associated with increased local pollution, increased noise levels, increased congestion, higher rates of chronic illness, increased levels of psychological dysfunction, among others. High density does not decrease energy use or material use when accompanied by overall population growth. Densification actually encourages growth, which always increases environmental impact, is clearly seen if you're familiar with Erlach's IPAT equation, where there's a superlinear relationship between environmental impact and population. Mount Pleasant is struggling, as are many communities in Vancouver, to nurture a resilient, low-consumption, and democratic community of residents and innovative small businesses. The proposed project, in more ways than I have time to describe, would drive a potentially lethal stake into the heart of a vibrant community. This is not what Mount Pleasant needs. I would also like to add a comment regarding the Lee Building. On Monday night, a councillor asked the Speaker if the construction of the Lee Building in 1912 was not, from a public perspective, analogous to the proposed Rise Building today. If we value the Lee today, would we not similarly value the Rise in 100 years? I have a very clear answer to that question. If today were 1912, no one would have the slightest objection to putting up the Lee.
You're at your time. Can you wrap up?
None of these conditions that apply to the Lee Building at the time apply today, and the Rise proposal should not be built in these times. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. And Gary Jarvis is next, speaker number 82. Gary Jarvis here. Geraldine Doyle. Is Geraldine Doyle here? 83. 84 is Mia Glans. Mia Glans, not here. Robert McNutt. 86, Michael Walsh. There we go. Number 85, Robert McNutt. And you will be followed by Michael Walsh, Cassie Crosby, Salima Muirfield, Blake Frederick. Welcome.
Hi. Okay. I'm not a public speaker. I live at Main and 11th in a 1913 apartment building. I care about my building. I spend thousands of hours and tens of thousands of dollars on my rented apartment and its building. I moved there in 1994. I rent. I hope to die in my building. This is the way I feel. I work 3 blocks away, and I have done so since 1994. So when I moved to this area in 1994, it was rough, kind of like Main and Hastings, but it was okay. I've seen much change, many new buildings, mostly fitting into the feel of the area's architecture, though only one new rental building. There have been many topics put forth in previous nights that concern me. My biggest problem with this development is the lack of respect for the historic feel of the area. Mount Pleasant has always had a character feel to it. It was suggested that the Lee Building of 1912 was seven times height to the surrounding buildings. Not so. The average was 2.5 floors, really 3. So a correction is 2 1/3 times taller on the average, 2 1/3 times taller, and only built on 2 building lots. Though a big building, but very much in a human scale as well. 1 floor of commercial downstairs, 2 floors of offices, and 4 floors of rentals. It was constructed with similar materials to harmonize with the other commercial buildings, brick and terracotta. 100 years later, it's still a good fit for our architecture. The Rise project is a monolith. It's 2 floors higher than the horrid King Edward Village. It will never be full. Will the King Edward Village ever be rented downstairs? Doubt it. The 9 floors on Broadway in the Rise project, I wonder really how it respects the overall character of Broadway. Has anyone ever watched a tractor trailer turn onto Broadway from Watson Street? I've watched it. It takes 3 lanes of traffic to do so. 19 floors at 10th and Watson. Excuse me. I was of the understanding that the buildings from 12th Avenue and Kingsway sloping northward towards Broadway are to slope northward in height to meet up approximately with the height of the Lee Building. I do oppose this project in its present form. I would personally suggest a 3 to 4 story base and a tower at Kingsway and 10th, 10 or 12 floors maybe. This is reasonable, in brick with smaller windows to reflect our historic built architecture. Iconic architecture is very possible, but the proposed could possibly be seen from outer space. By the way, it has come up several times that there are a lot of high-rises in the West End. and why not so in Mount Pleasant? But the large part of the West End are towers and they're rentals. So the average people can live there. Is Mount Pleasant really supposed to become a bastion for those of privilege?
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. Yeah, thank you for that. And Michael Walsh is our next speaker. Michael Walsh, 86. Is Cassie Crosby here? Cassie Crosby is in the house.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. And thank you to my fellow speakers. I've been blown away by all of your passion, and I'm proud to be standing up with you to voice my opinion, but still nervous. I'm strongly opposed to the Rise Alliance rezoning application in its current form. I live right next to the development site, so I'm personally affected, but also have concerns for the community at large. The location for the development is in the very heart of Mount Pleasant. We need something special here. This building dramatically breaks the community height limits set for Mount Pleasant, which will set a new precedent for larger buildings, changing the look and feel of the neighbourhood that I love. We don't need another Yaletown. Like so many other speakers have proven, we can achieve density in other creative and appealing ways that will better suit the character of the neighbourhood. The proposed development does not utilise the Jensen building. Preserving heritage is one of the many parts of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan that has been ignored. It's a lovely building that has a lot of character. It shouldn't be replaced with a generic building that has no iconic properties, except that it will be the tallest building in Mount Pleasant, something no one will be proud of. I'm a cyclist who uses the Watson Street entrance to the 10th Avenue bike route year-round. With the new information tonight, I am still concerned about the heightened safety risk of the increase of vehicles on both Watson and 10th Avenue. I'm also very concerned about the increased traffic noise on Watson Street. It's already pretty loud, so the increase of traffic will make it louder. When I can't ride my bike, I take buses, and very often the 99 westbound from Maine. It's been mentioned a couple of times that existing levels of transit can support the residents of the new development. Even though this location is a hub for many transit lines, it is next to impossible to get a 99 westbound in peak hour on weekday mornings when university is in full swing. So I would like to suggest that existing traffic at transit levels won't cut it, especially with UBC being such a big employer. I also feel let down by how the city has managed this project and the communication by the developer during the process. The height reduction of the building was deceptive, decreasing the stories but increasing the ceiling heights, shying away from offering any real community benefit on site or committing to something concrete before bringing the project to public hearing. Obviously, the way the images of the building were depicted was controversial, telling us that the aesthetic design is not yet complete at public hearing stage when the Mount Pleasant Community Plan is all about developing identity, character, and something distinctive. How can you expect us to sign off on something that looks so generic with the promise of something better? And the fact that the developer felt like they needed to provide such a comprehensive introduction on Monday night goes to show that they knew damage control was needed. It shouldn't be needed at this stage, as the project has been handled very poorly. A huge majority of the feedback that I heard at many of the community meetings I attended was in opposition to the project, and there were even really great ideas presented that could enhance the development. It's still a mystery to me where all this feedback has gone and why community meetings were held in the first place if nothing was going to be done with this information. Mr. Mayor and councillors, you all had so many questions for the city and the developers after the speakers on Tuesday night. All of these avenues should have been explored prior to the public hearing. This application isn't ready and it needs to be sent back to the drawing board to be a better developed plan with strong community collaboration before anything can be decided. The application location is at the heart of the Mount Pleasant community. We need something special here that's really well thought out. Please reject this application. We can do a lot better.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Salima Muirfield, number 88. Salima Meyerfield. How about Blake Frederick, 89? And Jennifer Okrusco, number 90, Jennifer Okrusco. Bill Tonelli, 91. It's Bill Tonelli here. Keir Vichert, 92. Okay. No, we didn't hear anything more. Salima Muirfield? Hi. You have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking to support the RISE development. I used to live in Vancouver. My husband's a musician in Vancouver. And I think that this particular area of Vancouver has a lot of potential and is in need of revitalization, and I believe that this project would enable that to happen, specifically where artist space is concerned, and also to help younger families like mine get a head start in Vancouver and own one day a house of our own. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming to speak. And we'll go 89, Blake Frederick. 90, Jennifer Okrusco. 91, Bill Tonelli. 92 is Keir Vichert. Or Vikert. 93, Cameron Reed. And 95, Anthony Norfolk is here. And on deck would be 96, Clayton Wilson, and John Boychuk, Brent Ash. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I did send in a letter, and I'll be speaking to that, or an email rather, and I hope that was read. And I've got some additions to beyond what I said there. Just to summarize, I was living in Mount Pleasant for 15 years. I was the vice chair of the first plan, and I participated in the second plan. The first plan stood up very well, and I regard the second plan as a very good extension, bringing it into the plans into the modern age. So I may not live there now, but I've got that strong connection still. My not so much concern, but my support is going to be focused on the question of height and density, the built form. After the first plan, I and some other people involved recognized that a signature landmark tower was needed at this point. This point in Mount Pleasant really has been a neighborhood center before the term was ever invented. So that's really what we're dealing with. And there hasn't been anything yet that conforms to that idea of a landmark focus. This one does it. I happen to agree with the urban design panel who thought it should be taller, and to regret that the height has been reduced. Because this, as the plan says, this is, whatever people tell you, this is consistent with the community development plan. This site and the Kingsgate Mall site next door are both opportunities for something really central. Now, there is a transition from the historic center of Mount Pleasant at this point. I like the way in which the podium responds to the two heritage buildings across the street, across Broadway, and to the Lee Building. And I agree with people who say that the Lee Building should not be controlling 100 years later the height in Mount Pleasant. I'm sure if someone did present it now, there would be overwhelming objection to the Lee Building on the grounds of height and density. I mean, I appreciate the fact that a lot of people are apprehensive about increased height and density in their neighborhood generally. But this is the right place for it. The tower is a slender tower, and it is on Kingsway. It is away from Main Street, keeping the historic concept of Main Street. And it should be the first of higher buildings, greater height and density down Kingsway. Much better than car dealerships, thank you. Kingsway is an opportunity. this is the first point. I'd like to point out the fact that Heritage Vancouver has sent in a letter saying that Kingsway provides an opportunity for transferable density to be landed out of the density bank. And I really see this as stage one in Kingsway. I think you should support this. I think it is consistent. And when the term heritage has been thrown around rather a lot, well, as Councillor Deal last time I was here pointed out, I have had something to do with heritage issues for 25 years in Vancouver, a lot longer in my life. People are trying to use heritage in opposition to this. That is wrong. It responds to the buildings to the north and northwest. And it transitions into a new regime which the plan envisages for Kingsway. Don't let heritage issues obscure this. If I thought that it was damaging to the heritage of this neighbourhood, I'd fight it. Mount Pleasant has a number of component parts. And in the first plan, we put in zoning that very much reflected the need to retain the heritage areas. RT6 in West Mount Pleasant is a heritage zoning. People may not have realized that, but that's what it was designed to do. So this central area is different. Recognize the different character of the components in Mount Pleasant, and please support this project, which I'm sure with these talented architects will look really good when you see the final designs. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Norfolk, you have a question from Councillor Deal.
Thank you. And you answered some of my questions already, but I just want to ask one more question. Yes, I've seen you defend heritage with a passion that you don't see often around. So my question has to do again with the use of the term protection of heritage that we are hearing a lot of tonight and in this public hearing. In your view, as someone who's been working in heritage for a long time, does heritage mean nothing ever changes?
Absolutely not. Quite the contrary.
Okay.
It is creatively carried forward.
And does it mean that new buildings mimic the old buildings?
I wouldn't say yes or no to that one, but I'm inclined towards no, but sometimes it is appropriate that they should reflect their neighbour. Okay. To some extent, it depends on the scale.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Ball, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Norfolk. Thank you for being here. And yes, indeed, we all know of you as a heritage activist, which is, you're the first person actually to come in here, though, and talk about different components and the components of the neighborhood. And having worked on the plan from the beginning, I'm just wondering if you could just elucidate a little on this.
Well, I've already referred to West Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant has these components. It's got West Mount Pleasant, it's got east, the really more single-family zoning, though I think a lot of it's multiple, to the east. To the north of Broadway, you've got the apartment zone. And in the northwest, you have the industrial area, which I gather that the community development plan was not allowed to engage in. Well, we did that in the first one, and we protected the houses, the old houses. We ensured that they became conforming uses, not non-conforming uses, which they had been before. So each segment of the city, of Mount Pleasant, got its own treatment. And in this case, it is part of a sort of cross-shaped area on the plan, that central area, which is quite complex because on Main Street, significant portions of Main Street, you've got historic buildings. And in fact, I think it was 25 years ago, they got a provincial grant for renovating a lot of the facades, which sort of look like they need another go-round. So you respect that, but then you go further east to Kingsway. Kingsway is not a very pretty street. And as I say, I think it provides an enormous opportunity, and the plan recognized that. That's one of the reasons why I really supported it, because I thought it was a really good plan. And when people talk about not lack of consultation and that kind of stuff, I've been aware of this for years, this particular proposal. And because I participated in the second plan, I've been aware of what the plan's proposals for Kingsway are. That answer your question?
Yes, and thank you very much for coming in. It's always very interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much. And I do appreciate coming in and the fact that you brought a background in the community plan. I noticed that the community, well, you said you participated in the second plan, but you were vice chair of the first plan. Yes. Okay. In Watson Street, I'm not sure if it was in the first plan or not, but there certainly seems to be a lot of talk about Watson Street and the character of Watson Street and the concern regarding the truck traffic, et cetera. What's your feeling about how this project impacts Watson Street versus what you perceive to be the goal of establishing Watson Street in the plan as a very important sort of heritage street?
Watson Street has always been a bit of an orphan. You really have to look at Watson Street almost block by block. And the northern end of Watson Street has never been, has never had a lot of significance for whatever reason. But when you get south of 10th, you start getting into an area where there are houses on some blocks. So you've really got to, it's a very fine grain. It's like a lot of Mount Pleasant. It's very fine grained. Watson Street, because it has never been quite a lane and never been quite a street, has been something where you really have to look at it block by block. There were some lovely little houses on stretches of Watson Street, and I'm obviously I like mixing it up a bit. I like seeing some of the housing that's gone up on Watson Street. No simple answer with Watson Street, I'm afraid.
Okay, and regarding the sort of the heart, as it's described in the plan, the heart of the community on this particular site, iconic building, pedestrian access and flow. These are the things described in the plan, yet I've heard concerns around impact of the truck traffic, on pedestrian flow, bikes too, but pedestrian flow. I mean, how do those two things jive in your mind?
That will always be a problem, whatever happens on that site. Because anything that happens on that site is going to change the nature of that site. It's never going to go back to what it was with basically funky little shops, no parking, all that kind of stuff. The site is going to change. It's going to evolve, and there will be, as in all cases of densification, there are some trade-offs.
And one last question. There was no specifications on height or density for these three-spot zones or Area 3 zones. Why? Is it because potentially there wasn't any agreement in the planning process, or because did people have different ideas? Was there a discussion about trying to come up with some specifications around height and density, and you couldn't reach a conclusion?
I think staff are probably the better people to answer that one than I am, because there were discussions, but nothing definitive. I did not attend every meeting, so I really can't answer that one, and I'm afraid staff will have to.
Okay, I'll ask them the question.
Sometimes it is better to leave things for designers to come with specific proposals, and then you throw them around, having created the parameters. And this plan created the parameters. And this particular proposal was on the table. When anyone says they have been taken by surprise over this one, I'm afraid they haven't been watching, or maybe they weren't living in Mount Pleasant at the time or something, but I was aware of it.
Okay, Councillor Reimer's next.
Thanks for coming tonight. A few questions. Watson Street, thanks to Councillor Carr for asking that, because it's just so unusual, and it has...
Everyone does.
Yeah, and it has a very central prominence in the... having read through all the plans in the city that communities have done, it's fairly unusual to have a street that size be sort of considered a special street in an area. But thanks for filling in some of that. I actually was here the day we passed the Mount Pleasant plan, and we had the community liaison group come in, so I do know the answer to that they, at least at the time, represented as community members, that they left these 3 spots because they wanted to extract community benefit out of them, which is why they didn't suggest they be rezoned and then developed. But what I was surprised by was that of the 3 sites, that this was the one identified as being the tallest building. Kingsgate Mall, to me, is the one that sort of begs... if you want to talk about community character, it seems the most out of character in the neighborhood. And as a former school board trustee and thus the landlord of Kingsgate Mall, there would be lots of reasons to go there, let's say, and not quite as... the proximity to the heritage core of the community is not quite as great. So interested in your thoughts on that. If you're going to put the tallest building, why here as opposed to the Kingsgate Mall site?
I guess my inclination is to put tall buildings on both.
Okay, that's helpful. Number 1, Kingsway. I don't think it went through rezoning. It looks like it was done under the conditional zoning, the Mount Pleasant Community Center with the rental housing above it. Do you know if it went through heritage approval? You would have probably been involved in the heritage at that time.
The community center I was not involved in. Okay. But I knew what was going on because the guy who put it together is a good friend of mine, and he became a good friend of mine through the Mount Pleasant Community Development Plan in 1987. Rob Whitlock, no longer with the city. So I was aware, but I don't think I can answer your question. I'm not sure I saw it as an issue.
Okay, it's more. There's been some issues raised around, these floor-to-ceiling windows, which are not heritage, visually, aesthetically heritage, generally speaking, and yet those exist on that site. So trying to understand the thinking at the time about how that blended into the heritage zone there at where Kingsway and Main Street break off.
No, I was not involved in that. What I was involved in, as some council members will remember, is the garage, the bonusing of the garage just further to the north, which I think council was very wise to provide a transferable density on that one.
So last question, and I ask it to you because I know you have a breadth of history on it. Chinatown got the Heritage Committee. Gastown has the Heritage Committee.
Which I chair.
Yes.
Until... I'm not asking to be reappointed on that one, but 10 years is enough.
First Shaughnessy has the heritage. So you've got all these sort of the long-standing neighborhoods of the city have heritage committees. Why did not the first planning process nor the second suggest a heritage committee for Mount Pleasant? Given apparently the prominence, people obviously feel like it's a heritage neighborhood.
You're thinking in terms of a city-appointed advisory committee like GAPAC and CHAPAC and First Shaughnessy and those kind of things. I don't think it was ever really considered. The focus was on getting the RT6 in West Mount Pleasant to guide the evolution of West Mount Pleasant as a heritage district. And when that was successful, we thought we were pushing it a bit then. There was a fair amount of opposition. There were people who indeed thought the West Mount Pleasant should evolve into the West End with towers. Some of the long-time owners. It was not... We had to do some rather skillful drawing of the actual edges of particular zones to get around that. Tails out of school after 25 years, but that I don't think that was regarded as necessary. The staff had their guidelines in place for the RT6. So when I was still living in Mount Pleasant, we were watching them like hawks. And if there was when something inappropriate happened in the RT6, we spoke up about it, and we had to do a fair amount of policing. But it wasn't felt necessary to have a formal committee. It was an informal policing process.
Okay, that is your time. Councillor Jang is
over here. Thank you very much, Mr. Norfolk. I always enjoy hearing you speak. And how's Mr. Whitlock?
I think he's in Mexico. He's
doing fine.
At his daughter's wedding.
Wow. He's always one of my favorite people at the city. He did a lot of work. He's a good guy. Going back to Watson Street, again, this is one of those, like you say, it's one of those funny little places, and I've tried to help the residents deal with some of the issues over the last, some who have the houses, for example, and all that kind of stuff. Well, one thing that kind of intrigued me was your thought, sort of laying in the heritage aspects and talking about characteristics of neighborhoods. So you said it's not quite a street, not quite an alley, but what people are talking about, I've heard a lot about Watson Street, is that, it is a street, or is it really an alley? And we're trying to generalize the entire stretch of it as one or the other, and maybe perhaps that is the heritage or the character of the street, and maybe just leave it well enough alone. What do you think? It's like those little crazy streets in China and Shanghai, they leave it in the Jardines Alley. They leave it kind of goofy and all upside down because that is the character, or the crooked street in San Francisco.
A certain level of anarchy is sometimes appropriate.
Okay.
I mean, that's really as close as I can get, because I think it always has been anarchic. And so far as the commercial operations on Main Street that are served by it, it has served their purposes as well as the residential and ambulatory purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for coming to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is actually we have Gary Jarvis here, who we must have just missed a few speakers ago. And then it's Clayton Wilson, John Boychuk, Brent Ash, 98.
Great, thanks
Welcome.
for the opportunity to speak. I just finished work at 8:30, so I'm making a habit of this, speaking to council twice in 2 days on different issues. I'm opposed to the development, and I think basically the main reason I feel my opposition to it is just the concerns I'm hearing from people in right across Vancouver, in the sense that it's going to make life more difficult than it is in terms of affordability for properties people want to buy, and push up rents, stuff like that. And I heard in the opening speech on Monday when I was here, they talked about the fact that one of the developers was saying that basically it's going to be great because it's all these transit possibilities and stuff like that. Well, maybe you should build it without car parks if it's going to be so great. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Jarvis. And next is Clayton Wilson, number 96. Mr. Clayton Wilson, John Boychuk. And here comes Mr. Boychuk. And then it's 98, Brent Ash, 99, Sophia Singh Surya, and 100, Bill McCreary. Welcome, Mr. Boychuk.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I come not only as a resident of Vancouver, but as a member of the Mount Pleasant Business Improvement Association and a business that is in Mount Pleasant. I also am a member of the Canadian Youth Business Foundation, which is a mentorship program in having small entrepreneurs succeed. Also been an active volunteer, which many of you are aware of, for community organizations, getting things done for the city and trying to put on events and festivals in neighborhoods that really have a unique focus. But most of all, as an owner of a business, I feel it's very important that I speak towards mostly the business sense. When we take a look at this much talk about the community plan and the debate over density and development, it doesn't make any sense to me simply because I'm looking at my bottom line. It's been a tough couple of years for most small businesses out there. And when I take a look at the businesses around me, when I talk to them, they talk about how business has been affected. And when we look at the 2 to 3 years of construction that would happen from this project, the runoff that would affect the little businesses from the coffee shops to the restaurants, to even my business, a tanning salon, would be quite beneficial. In the 2 to 3 years, the number of workers that would be in that area would support that which has been a bit of a downturn over these last couple of years. It definitely would be a positive result just in that short time leading up to such a impressive development. Opportunities for new entrepreneurs are limited in most areas of the city, as there's not a lot of street front small shop opportunities. Looking at the proposal, there's anywhere from 6 to 10 small units that would be made available for entrepreneurs to be able to go in on Broadway. And that's, there was a great loss from the fires of small businesses that were along the Broadway as well as the Kingsway corridor. And the area really has not been able to recover. When you take a look at the standard footprint for a small business, I believe that this development proposal actually addresses some of those opportunities for small businesses to be able to get back into the area. And at a cost, yes, greater than what was before, but it's also in a more modern building, providing more amenities for them. I find that when talking about ideas with the developer and some of their team, they're very open to adjusting that which is going to benefit the community, the small businesses that are around. Watson Street, with a lot of impact, it seems, is the number one concern that I've heard today, just alone. And some of the concerns that I had with regards to Watson Street had been addressed, like garbage, and how the garbage is going to be managed, as there are many small businesses in the area that use Watson Street under the direction of the city to go to that area to walk their garbage, dump their garbage. And if we work with a developer in implementing some of these new initiatives in recycling, in composting, I believe this developer would look at some of those opportunities and be more inclusive within the neighborhood to become part of a hub. Again, you take a look at what they have, as Rise did with pop-up retail, seeing as to whether or not small independent retailers that had no experience or some with experience, could they make a go of it in that neighborhood. And the response over the last year from those individuals found that they could not wait to have an opportunity to come back into Mount Pleasant and be part of the project. Being a natural service hub is a great opportunity for people to be able to go shopping, to be able to get on or off a bus. Yes, we have our challenges. Yes, there's lineups. Yes, there's traffic jams. But with a proper design for transit, with a proper design for access to alleys, I know that there are many plans that have been talked about with regards to turning it into a one-way street, turning it into a one-way with bicycles as well, to be able to reduce the amount of traffic back and forth. That would address some of those concerns right there in the reduction of traffic, but still it is a hub. Whether there's no building or just a big park. If it was just a big park, there would still be the number of people coming through that neighborhood for shopping, for getting a coffee, for getting their day started or to finish their day. I think that as Vancouver continues to grow, we are looking at current levels being inadequate. Affordable housing is something we all are concerned about. And yes, I believe that by comparison to Falls Creek, families would have a better opportunity. When we look at the 100 years of development, the heritage and artistic integration into the building reflects the overall look of the neighborhood and its history, and the community space that was proposed, I hope we don't lose sight on. When we take a look at what Main Street has, and the amount of projects in the last 2 years that artists have spent in developing and in focusing in on their applications and their grants, it's a natural but they're crying for space. Please, with this offset of monies that are being asked for, $6.25 million, yes, there are pool applications that are being developed. There are park spaces that are required, green spaces, transit hubs, lots of these things, but artists need to be taken care of.
Okay,
Just
you need to wrap up.
in wrapping up here, City Hall in 1936 was built, and it is 180 feet tall. This proposal is 214 feet, which is approximately 4 stories more than City Hall. Now, many people think that City Hall is not exactly a beautiful building, but at the time, in 1936, it was quite iconic, and is, when I look at Wikipedia, at international websites, it does represent an era that went through some change. We're going through that change again, and I believe that Mount Pleasant, after 100 years of moderate growth, is ready for its next level. And I support this as a small business owner and part of the Mount Pleasant community. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Jang, questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Boychuk, for coming. I'm glad you came as somebody who owns a business in the area and you're with the BIA. I've heard a lot of local residents, are quite worried about the development because they said it would destroy business. It's been a consistent theme. And we've had now yourself and another business person come and say that's quite the contrary from somebody who actually owns a business, that body heat's a good thing.
Absolutely. When talking to, I'm a nosy person on the street, and every time I see somebody looking in a window, I go and run up to them and say, "Oh, you're looking at putting a business in our neighborhood here? Are you looking at joining our family?" And they are, but they're saying that they've got questions. And some of the real estate agents are even saying, hold off, because we're not sure what's happening in the neighborhood. We're not sure if it's going to be redeveloped. We're not sure if it's going to be moving forward. We're not sure if it's going to become stagnant. I certainly hope it doesn't become stagnant, and I do hope that we continue to invite new entrepreneurs into our neighborhood to be able to eliminate the vacancies that are there. With a positive development comes positive influence. I really do believe that as the traffic builds, the pedestrian traffic builds, for my business, 40% of my customers come to me because they're walk-by. And there's opportunities for just as many small businesses within a 1-block radius to be able to benefit.
So that word stagnant is something that's quite a fear on your end of business. Like if something isn't done in the area or what have you, that business is actually stagnant now.
Absolutely. Other developers, other landlords, and other potential entrepreneurs may look elsewhere where there is growth and there is movement forward.
So it's not because of people not being able to run a business that they're stagnant. It's because it's just not enough people, not enough customers.
I've seen businesses go because of bad management, and it happens. We know
That's
that.
normal, right?
If you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't. The people who have been able to hang in there or have come in uncertain economic times and been able to create a fantastic business have benefited greatly. And I would hate to see them, because of their success, have to locate outside of Mount Pleasant, either because a building sold or because there were not new opportunities to move into upgraded facilities.
One of the issues that have been raised, and this has been raised in other areas like Chinatown, for example, is that, if a new development comes, the property taxes are going to go up, the business tax will go up, and business will be forced out. But, having worked in Chinatown in its heyday, that was, if I remember correctly, the highest taxes in the city, and nobody complained because business was so good. They complained because it was something to complain about, but nobody had a problem paying it because business was good in its time. Do you see that? Is that a cogent argument in your area?
Absolutely. One of the arguments in keeping a business improvement association is showing that there's benefit to a business association in bringing in more business or events or the focus to a neighborhood. And when an opportunity is given, we take full advantage of it where we can. If taxes go up because the area does improve, yes, we might lose a small number of businesses, but true entrepreneurs are able to adapt, to make the adjustments and survive. And if they choose to retire, as many individuals who have been in those neighborhoods for many years do choose to retire, it may be that they don't want to pass on their business and it's time to sell the building. Then what happens? Another new batch of entrepreneurs for the next 50 to 100 years.
That's great. Okay, one last question. And there's been a lot of comment from many speakers here today about what they refer to as big box stores. And, they say that the rise or this development has all the space for giant stores. And so, coming from the healthcare field myself, sometimes you think, well, are all big box stores bad? If you think of, say, a Shoppers Drug Mart or a London Drugs, usually your pharmaceuticals are cheaper, and that's good for the family bottom line. So, I mean, do you see big box stores as necessarily a bad thing? I mean, I'm just trying to balance this off in my head.
Well, I'll be honest with you. At one point in my life, I actually worked for Walmart, which is one of the biggest out there in the world. And this is old enough, thank you. I don't see it fitting this type of impact. When we take a look at big box, what would go in here? Something like a Best Buy, something like a Shoppers Drug Mart. We do know that there are certain community services like drugstores that there is a benefit for. I do not believe that we have to worry about a mini Home Depot moving in or a Walmart or a Target or anything like that. It doesn't fit their footprint, but we do take a look at the types of businesses that grow in, which are grocery stores, which are co-ops, which are the types of businesses that look for that 25 to 35,000 square foot footprint. It fits very well, and you end up with more locally managed businesses as well. Instead of having a large corporate that then imports somebody from Ontario and somebody from Seattle and somebody from Edmonton that all of a sudden start working it, we are able to keep it local, and it's that type of business that interests me and I like to support.
So things like
okay, that's all your time there.
Okay.
By far.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming and offering your perspective. It's great to see the diversity of perspectives offered here regarding your role as a business person, and I can hear clearly the need to increase the opportunities for businesses in that area. And I'm sensing a timing issue. So I'm just asking if that's right, or correct me if I'm wrong, that you'd like to see this development get going.
Absolutely.
And so, is it more important to you that this just gets going than ensuring the neighborhood and the people within the neighborhood are satisfied that it fits their concept of neighborhood too?
That's an excellent question. I have attended several meetings, some with public consultation, talking to residents of the area, listening to their concerns as well. It's very important that a project makes sense, that it does have balance, that it does have a working environment, a livable environment, that it doesn't impact the area to the point where people want to move out. Yes, there are going to be individuals that feel it doesn't fit within their lifestyle any longer. I mean, that happened in Yaletown. It's happened in the West End when new buildings are proposed. But for the majority, I find that there is an appetite for seeing the area continue to improve. The longer a building stays empty, the more derelict it becomes, the more graffiti. People drive through the neighborhood and go, oh, that's kind of not a very good area. I don't want to invest here. I don't want to live here. I don't want to have my business here. When you take a look at the crime stats from the City of Vancouver, Vancouver Police Department, that corner and the surrounding businesses have a very low crime incident rate simply because of the amount of people who call that home and walk there day and night. Tim Hortons, which yes is a big corporate, are one of the very few Tim Hortons that are actually open 24 hours. Why? Because it is a natural hub where people find it to be home, and people go there whenever they feel that they need somewhere to feel, let's go have a coffee, let's go have a meeting, let's go have a date. So is the area going to change? Yes. Does it fit with everybody's goal? No, of course not. But I feel that it does address a lot of the concerns over these last year and a half that have been brought up by some of the residents.
And one last question. You said that there's a lack of opportunities for businesses to find spaces, so you are welcoming the new spaces there. That runs counter to some other people that are suggesting that it would be too competitive and that there's lots of, I'm not saying there's lots of spaces available, but there's a problem in terms of keeping business alive. So give me a sense of, are there vacancies in that area right now, and how would this compete with the businesses?
When we take a look at the area of Mount Pleasant Business Improvement Association, which represents just over 400 business properties, there are, I believe, about 38 vacancies that are in the area. In the immediate area within 2 square blocks, half of them are right in that area.
Okay.
So yes, a high number of vacancies. Again, because of the question as to what's happening with the neighborhood. Is there going to be renewed investment into the neighborhood? Are things going to be changing for the better? And we certainly hope, and we keep on telling people, yes, this is a growing area. This is an improving area. I'm not going to name businesses, but one business that came in within the last year was a coffee shop. Gee, just what we need, another coffee shop. And not a big chain, a small independent that did their research, that sat down and looked at what they wanted to go after in the marketplace, and have, within just a little over a year, become extremely successful as an entrepreneur because they did their homework. Is there room for another coffee shop? Absolutely. Is there room for another deli? Yes. Another shoe store? Yes. Is there room for another entrepreneur in the city? Absolutely.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Boychuk. That's
thank
your
you.
questions. And next up, actually we had Keir Vishert, I think, or Bikert is here. I think we missed him a minute ago, a couple speakers back. And then Brent Ash, Sophia Singh Surya. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My family first moved to Mount Pleasant in 1902. I don't just live here, I'm from here. And I've come before you today to raise the same concerns that many of my fellow citizens have already expressed. The proposed building is too tall, it is exclusive, and it represents an unacceptable increase in motor vehicle traffic. I am pro-density, I am pro-development, and I have no hesitation in welcoming the thousands of people who desire to live in the city that my family has called home for over 100 years. What I do have a problem with is the style of this development and the attitude of the developer. Forgive me when I say that I feel a great deal of contempt for developers, and allow me to explain. My lifestyle and the vibrance of my community are not commodities to be sold or to be splashed across billboards. My neighborhood is not known by the crass abbreviation SOMA, and no amount of shiny new retail space is going to capture the spirit of my community. Developers enter neighborhoods in what feels like a manic race to pave over any desirable piece of land with glass boxes and generic retail. The problem, of course, is that these glass boxes are exclusive, and they exclude the very people whose culture and community made the neighborhood desirable in the first place. This isn't about neighborhoods being cleaned up or demographics shifting. 15 years ago, Fraser and Broadway rivaled Main and Hastings in terms of drug dealing and prostitution. Since then, things have changed, gradually and naturally. This isn't about change coming to Mount Pleasant. This is about how we choose to build the city we live in. It has been said that 100 years ago, a similar decision was made to build an out-of-proportion building. And today the Lee Building is a treasured landmark. But the resentment towards this project is not solely about proportion. It is, as I said, about exclusivity. Back when the Lee Building was built, this city still built housing for workers. Why have we stopped? The simple answer is that it doesn't make economic sense to build rental housing. The private sector won't do it, and for the public sector, funding housing is triage, with what funding there is rightfully being prioritized for those with the greatest need. But I ask you, where will this lead us? And why does the most basic infrastructure of the city, places to live, have to be held hostage by the economic interests of for-profit corporations? This is the root of our worsening housing crisis. What should be done in the case of Rise Alliance? I think you should compile a series of recommendations based on the many intelligent suggestions and comments that have resulted from this hearing and send Rise Alliance back to the drawing board. Perhaps when these new standards have been met, we will have a development worthy of being the defining building in Mount Pleasant for the century to come. Lastly, I believe it would be wise for you to consider the political ramifications of the decision you are about to make. Councillor Stevenson made a remark the other night about the Shangri-La building and how, contrary to warnings, it did not end up being the political liability it was predicted to be. This is different. The Rise Alliance is not one high-rise among many. This is a monolith. literally shaped like a giant middle finger to the east side, and that is exactly how it will be perceived. Councillor Stevenson, of all people, should know the danger of alienating one's base and how quickly the tides can turn. I refer, of course, to the political annihilation he faced in 2001, along with his colleagues in the NDP. It should be noted that of the 2 seats the NDP held in 2001, one of them was Mount Pleasant. This neighborhood is the heart of left-wing support in this city. This is Libby land. And you need to know that gentrification is the issue corroding your base. It is the issue people use to counter me when I describe you as a progressive government. While there's no chance of your base swinging to the NPA, Vision is not the only left-wing game in town. The vote could easily be split between COPE, Neighborhoods for a Sustainable Vancouver, and of course Green. You need to tread carefully and decidedly. While the perception of your being in collusion with developers may not be fair, that doesn't matter, because perceptions don't need to be fair to decide elections. I care about your political fate because I believe in the good work you are doing. I believe in urban agriculture, I believe in farmers markets, I believe in car-free days. Call me a dreamer, but I believe these simple things have the power to change our economy and to change the world. Don't let hubris destroy that. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Councillor Meigs, questions?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I realize my question is about the Lee building, and it's not before us tonight, so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. And you nailed 5 minutes right on the button to boot. Thank you. And next up is Brent Ash. Number 98, Brent Ash. Number 99, Sophia Singh Surya. Number 100, Bill McCreary is here. And 101 is David Miviser. 102, Inez Bozorgzadeh. 103, John Shaler. 104, Mark Wilson are on deck. Welcome, Mr. McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I'd like to just mention that I have to disagree with my friend Anthony about the heritage compatibility of this building. I don't think it is compatible, and I do think, as he did say, that buildings, whether they're heritage or contemporary, do need to be good neighbors. In my opinion, this particular project at this point in time is not a good neighbor. It's interesting, isn't it? Councillors are asking speakers again and again, what's wrong with density? The average person often has a hard time answering that question, but they do know intuitively, in this case, for instance, that something is wrong. However, as others have discussed, some of the answers can be technically analyzed to predict the negative impacts of too much density. And that has been done by many people in the course of these hearings. Density can be achieved in many ways. It doesn't just manifest itself in the tower form. So why should Mount Pleasant look just like the West End or Yaletown? Don't we want the physical form of our neighborhoods, like Mount Pleasant, to express their own uniqueness? Or do we really want Vancouver to become a branch plant, architectural version of parts of Manhattan or Hong Kong? Vancouverites who have taken the time to inform themselves understand that our planning process is badly broken, allowing spot rezonings to ignore design guidelines and zoning regulations of community plans developed by neighborhoods with planning, and then using CACs to divisively bribe local interest groups into accepting an inappropriate, overdense development that illustrates much of what's gone wrong and gone off the rails. I support developers. I've been one. We do need a new and more environmentally responsible development in Vancouver if we are to create sustainable neighborhoods. But to achieve that, developers must know what the rules are before they purchase a property. But what's happening is the incentive-based conditional use approval process has been turned on its head. The fact that the RISE developer first proposed a 36-story tower should be no surprise in these circumstances. In the absence of any clear limits, why shouldn't they? Their job is to build projects the public will buy and use and to make as much money as they can in the process. But in the absence of an adhered to neighborhood plan, there is no certainty. It's interesting. I've been working intensively with neighborhoods across the city for the past couple of years. I've also spoken to a number of developers. Both are not happy with the current planning process. The one thing they both have said is that they want more certainty in that process. But instead of certainty, the present spot rezoning process has become a crapshoot. No one knows how much density or height you're going to get on a given site. So you don't know what to pay for the land. This destabilizes the real estate market and increases land costs, resulting in less affordable housing. The community also feels betrayed because their neighborhood plan they worked on for several years is ignored. Then what happens? Well, for starters, everyone stops trusting everyone else, and the entire process degenerates into the negative, name-calling, downward spiral we're now experiencing. This is not the way to create strong, healthy neighborhoods or a proud, vibrant, and sustainable city, is it? Many others have commented on the particular shortcomings of this particular proposal. Jim Lato's and Annabelle Vaughn's presentations in particular stand out, and I hope you will give their observations your serious consideration when deciding that this project needs to go back to the drawing boards. However, I must take issue with Annabelle's suggestion that the density is okay. The density is, in fact, a problem. 5.5 FSR is too much for this site, as Jim has clearly demonstrated. And as Jim has concluded, this proposal has not earned increasing the outright density from 1 to 3, much less anything like 5.5. Some of the unresolved problems are serious street-scale shadowing and traffic conflicts and congestion issues that result from too much density, as well as the big box retail space, which has been increased with the elimination of the artist studios.
So you're just about out of time. If you could wrap up.
Yeah, people don't take a 52-inch TV home on a bus. There seems to be an assumption that there will be an underground transit line along Broadway, and I can get into this, but I won't. I support smart development that fits into a neighborhood with a positive, constructive way, but not this one and not this way. When the city adopts a neighborhood plan, they are effectively entering into a kind of a contract with that community. That contract must be honored, or the essential trust between the neighborhood and the city is broken. I refer you to your own Planning Commission's final paragraph recommendation in their August 2011 report, where they conclude the neighborhood planning process must be fixed. You're going to be getting a new planning director soon, and I ask you to make sure that person will be capable of stopping this destructive ad hoc spot rezoning and CAC process and institute proper neighborhood-based planning, where everyone knows the values and priorities of that particular community and the resulting planning and development rules.
Thank you, Mr. McCreary.
Predictability and projects back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we're on to David Miviser. Rabbi Miviser here. Doesn't look like it. Einaz Bozorgzadeh. I won't even try that one again. Einaz Bozorgzadeh. How about John Shaler? John Shaler looks like he's coming down the pike here. Mark Wilson.
Just a little eye candy so that when I get to that point, you'll have something to look at.
So, Council, we're getting close to 10 o'clock, 17 minutes by the clock up there. Is there an appetite to extend beyond 10 o'clock? That needs to be unanimous. We have a couple councillors that don't look like they're ready to go to 10 o'clock, beyond 10 o'clock. So that means we will wrap at 10 o'clock tonight and obviously come back So we'll probably get a couple more speakers in. The names that I have called out, John Shaler, 103. We may get a few more in depending on questions. Mr. Shaler, welcome.
I'm determined to do it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
There are a number of reasons why I'm opposed to the RISE Alliance application. The first of these is straightforwardly height. To begin, I first turned to pattern language, the most read architectural and planning treatise of all time, and the following words, and I quote, "High buildings have no genuine advantage except in speculative gains for banks and landowners. They are not cheaper, they do not create open space, they destroy the townscape, they destroy social life, they promote crime, they make life more difficult for children, they are expensive to maintain, and they wreck the open spaces near them, and they damage light and air and view." Those are controversial words, I grant you that. But they should be, simply because too often discussion in this city has been about height and not clearly and fully about density. We all know that there are many ways to increase density, and no one I've heard said they were against it. Many neighborhoods, including Mount Pleasant and many of the eastern neighborhoods, Grandview Woodlands, have been doing this very thing, creating density for many years, gradually and incrementally over time, which is the way it should be. In the words of Jan Gell, world-renowned architect and urban planner, the tower is a lazy architectural solution for density. The handout there shows you why. I'll let you read it. Again, highly controversial statements, yes, but I believe they go to the essence of the debate about this development and some of the others. It is clear that some people admire glass towers, models of developments in New York and Hong Kong and other places. Fine. However, there are many others who look to low and mid-rise buildings for sustainable and human-scale development and sustainable development. It's a great thing that we're now debating the merits of achieving density. Not too many years ago, in past arguments, were even about legalizing secondary suites. We have matured. This could be a good debate. Currently, there is a growing consensus about the need for increased density, and quite a thoughtful debate around ways to achieve this goal. There certainly is no overall agreement on how to do this. There are definitely differences of opinion. And I'm not here to win the debate tonight. What I do strongly believe is neighborhoods should have a choice in how to achieve density. Back in the early 90s, this is deja vu for me, there was a development proposal for Broadway and commercial that was similar to RISE Alliance. There were many similarities. There was even doctored renditions of the development that were questioned. Over 700 people attended the first night of the public hearings, and I'll really go quickly through this. The vast majority, like in this particular case, were opposed, not about density, but about building form and height. The local area council of the day came up with an alternative proposal that would increase density, many good ideas, just like the folks in Mount Pleasant, who I hope are being heard. In the end, the development did not go ahead, and where the development was proposed is now a busy hub with a second SkyTrain station, very pedestrian-oriented. Think about that for the Kingsway site. If it's going to be a hub for transportation, then think in the future for a transit hub. It was also learned at the time of the hearing back in the 90s that much of Grandview Woodlands near Commercial Drive was zoned for 12 to 18-foot high-rise outright use. No discussion about it. The council of the day, the area council of the day, did a whole community project around coming back to council and saying, we have already achieved density in this community. We're struggling with services. We have so much density. And we had a great presentation with slides and everything. That was the technology of the day. And on the merits of our presentation, we were given a choice not to have towers, but to develop in a different manner and achieve the same density, and it's worked quite well. Mount Pleasant is asking for the same choice. Other areas of opposition, density. I agree with the last speaker. 5.55 FSR is too much for that site. It will overwhelm the site and have a great impact on what's around it. It does not need to be that dense. Affordability, it goes against this council's idea of affordability. It does not create rental, it creates no non-market housing, and creates a lot of things that is being created already all the way up Main Street. Condominiums, which are fine. The environment, 5 minutes is up. To conclude, it should be apparent that I'm opposed to the RISE Alliance. To quote Ned Jacobs from a recent article, in terms of urban design, livability, affordability, traffic, respect for existing neighborhood assets, and placemaking, the RISE is the pits. That's his words. I fully understand that the developer wants as much height and density as possible. That's their job. But I also support those in the community who are clearly saying that they have other ideas of how to achieve density and livability in their neighborhood. In short, they should have a choice. Concluding, now the choice is yours. You can either support an individual developer, or you can turn down RISE's application, send them back to the drawing boards, and support a community.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure of your academic background, but I was schooled in the pattern language. That was a required text at UBC in urban geography and urban planning. I'm wondering if you know if the ideas contained in that, which is around achieving density and human-scaled development, if that kind of academic research persists to today?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does. It does a lot in places in Europe where there are models. We tend to look sometimes to the United States, more to Europe, but Jan Gell carries on that tradition and the tradition of Jane Jacobs and others. And a lot of urban planning is looking away from the modernist glass tower and into new and efficient ways to do density that is even more sustainable.
Okay, so earlier one of the speakers actually challenged me to say green is about density in terms of high buildings. Do you have the academic argument to that?
No, but I do have I have an answer to it, which is not totally mine. Green buildings alone do not make green cities. You can have a whole bunch of green buildings, and I would say in this particular building, the proposal meets the bare minimum of green building standards, and green buildings alone will not make green landscapes below. In fact, we have a lot of ideas around, or a lot of examples of where alienated ground below, because of shadow, because of wind, and because of those things, really doesn't create pedestrian and bicycle, moves more towards traffic and things like that. So if you created a whole bunch of green buildings in Dubai, for example, you wouldn't still have a sustainable city. It would be a collection of sustainable buildings. I don't think they necessarily go together, and a lot of people, and what I would like to see reviewed and surveyed is how many people who live in the uppermost floors of the most expensive suites actually come down the elevator and walk to where they go, and how many get into their cars and drive. I don't think building a building straight up will get us that greenest city.
I can tell you not very many from canvassing in Yaletown and other parts downtown. But so thank you very much. That's all my questions.
And Councillor Affleck.
Thank you for coming tonight. Councillor Carr kind of asked a couple of questions regarding density and height. I'm curious about, I think there's a lot of similarities between Commercial Drive and Main Street. I lived on Commercial Drive in that time. And
I'm new to Main Street and lived in
Grandview
for a long time.
Okay, yeah,
so I've been 5 years in this area.
And I lived at 4th and Commercial. And there's a lot of similarities. It's not just about the argument about the height. There was a lot of similarities in personality, and I find with what I'm hearing this week. I live now in Yaletown in a tower development with 3 kids and 1,000 square feet, and I like it a lot down there. But I'm just wondering, when you look at, were you part of that process then in the 90s?
Yes, it was.
And so the NPA government at the time decided to reverse that?
No, they didn't.
Who was it? So
what
who
actually happened is the original decision was to, again like this one, was to lessen the height but still do the massive development. But what eventually happened, it was passed in that way by the NPA-dominated council. But at the same time, what then went on is that the financing fell through for the developer, and it just didn't happen. And then the SkyTrain thing happened.
Now I want to ask you, can you look at, you mentioned that SkyTrain station down there, that hub, that transportation hub in Grandview. Do you really think that's a neighborhood in that area? Do you think it's a place where people live? I feel like that when I go there, it just seems like a busy transportation hub, but it's missing, that part of commercial seems to be missing a bit of a heart.
It used to strike me when we talked about the downtown east side, people used to ask the same question, or do people really live there? And yes, indeed, they do. If you go in behind that busy hub of Broadway and Commercial, there are lots of residential, fair amount of density right in behind there. Some of it rental, some of it owned. People in that area are not adverse, just like on Main Street right now, if you look at 17th and Main, of going up to 40 feet along and creating a bunch of density along the streetscape in a way that in some ways may be more affordable housing-wise, because as you go further up, the suites quite often get more expensive. So the thing is that in that Commercial Drive area, it's not the best of all possible worlds. But I can tell you something. If there would have been a massing of this scale at Broadway and Commercial, and you were trying to get from bus to SkyTrain in the rain with that massive shadowing and that big building wall along the street, it would not have been as good as it is now. There's work to be done there. There needs to be more shops. There's all sorts of development that could be. We even talked about housing close to there and 3 and 4 stories high. Once the SkyTrain station went in there, there was no housing. But the thing is that is a neighborhood, but it is also a transportation hub that is incredibly pedestrian-oriented. And I think it has a lot to do with the building scale and the massing that is there now compared to.
But you go down there at night in that area, because I just think it's pretty dead. I mean, as far as the community, if you think of Commercial Drive, you think of the other end of Commercial Drive. So I'm just trying to find a narrative here that there's similarities, because with a tower development, and I know it's a tower and has a dense development like we're planning here, it provides a certain audience that will be there 24 hours a day, and that whole argument. So I mean, and you see when you see what's happened on Commercial Drive now, where there doesn't seem to be this focus on that block to create that.
If you looked at the area council and looking at the area plan at the time and what the area council came up with, that development at the corner could have included a SkyTrain station, but we also had ideas of keeping it alive at night with a movie theater and with things that people have talked about. It wasn't our fault those things didn't happen. But what I'm hearing from people in Mount Pleasant, they have hundreds of good ideas, and Jane Jacobs and others said this very loud and clear, is that go to the people who live there. They know a lot about what works and what doesn't work. And that's the most compelling thing, and a good planner and a good architect will do that. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where developers have their own agenda, and that's fine. They have their agenda, but we must have ours as well if we want communities that are not generic. So if someone loves point towers and they want to live in them, I'm not against that. But that same person doesn't have the ability to come into an area and say to me, that's what we want to see more of in your area. If we have other ideas of creating density and affordability and things in a different way that speaks to the history, the heritage, and the culture of that community.
Councillor Reimer's next questions.
John, I think, sorry, I'm actually a bit more, it's not relevant to the rezoning. Sorry, I will ask you about it later. I just shudder when I hear someone say that Broadway and Commercial is not lively. I'm through there at 2, 3, 4 in the morning sometimes, and it's a pretty vibrant community. I know you. And
That's not what I said, though.
No, I know it wasn't you. It was.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Sort of startled by it. But you are still living in Grandview Woodlands.
No, I'm not. About 5 years ago, I moved. I'm right on the cusp of Riley Park in Mount Pleasant. I'm on just off Main at 19th.
That's too bad, because what I was going to ask you is if you were going to be actively involved in the new planning process in Grandview Woodlands. Okay. We'll talk later.
Okay, thanks. That's your questions.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming before council. And we are at 10 o'clock and change, so we're done with this evening's public hearing. I'll just remind everyone again, if you are on the speakers list still, this meeting will be recessed until March the 27th, Tuesday, March the 27th at 7 p.m. That's what we have scheduled right now. Same place, obviously, right here. And 7 p.m., March 27th. That's a Tuesday night. It says 7 p.m. here. We have council meetings that day, so can't start until 7 on that evening. And I would remind council that it's very important that you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence with regard to this application while we are in the public hearing process. Thank everyone for coming. Another great turnout tonight. Thanks for all the speakers, and we'll see you in a few weeks back here on this subject. Thanks all.